they're also present there. So look, they should be looking towards these sources as reliable sources. And you know, citizen journalism is something, of course, we won't be able to stop. It is something that is here to stay. And I believe that it is not just the jobs of the journalists or individuals, but as I mean, the government also, so regulatory bodies should be able to do some campaigns informing the public about yes, it's not about just sharing something, but while sharing something, you might be harming another person. So, what is correct to share? What is not correct to share? And perhaps at the education level, I would say not just at tertiary level, but even in primary or secondary school, we should start integrating media literacy programs. And for instance, the UAE has started with that certain components of digital literacy. So it's not about just knowing how to use our phone, but also how to survive in this AI age. Since you're small, what can go to harm, and what is okay, what is not okay. So I think that this should start at an early age.
Thank you, Fadia. And just to add, I think in UAE, they are educating kids as from 4 years old. And I see also other countries like Australia, they've decided to ban. So it's a different approach. Either you educate or you filter until you believe that the audience is ready to assimilate and distinguish what is true or not. So Greg, would you want to add anything to that?
Yes, I think Fadi has said it clearly, because I think the challenges that journalism is facing right now are not new. These are challenges that were there even before, the AI became a buzzword. But what AI has done is actually to give us a wake-up call. We've seen the audience emerging powerful because these were just the consumers of information. Now they have become creators and they're mimicking journalism. But that's also another opportunity for journalists to emerge and differentiate themselves from these other people that are not journalists. And how they do that, I think Fadi has mentioned, focusing on citizen journalism, community journalism, I think is one of the biggest things that was declining, but now we're seeing it emerge. It declined because almost every journalist found a favor in character assassination, in expose, in politics. That became the news. And today, when you ask anyone, not just in the United States, but in Africa, what's news, they'll define it in terms of politics. But I think news is about how we serve the community. If somebody writes a story about, let's say, the environment, or somebody writes a story about how to grow crops to protect them, I think that's journalism, and we're seeing those thriving within the community media. The only thing that affected community media was, costs, barriers, skills, because many of them were not trained, as Fadi had mentioned. But with AI, not what we're seeing is that they are expanding their coverage. They are also expanding their story impact. So we're seeing issue-based stories being reported, I think, in the past few years, and it would be nice to see a study done to compare before and after and assess the impact of the stories that people have had. So yeah, the believability, and the like today with AI, I think almost everyone has become very skeptical. It's not like everyone is just consuming everything. You show them a video, even if it's real, if it looks so nice, they'll say, I don't think that's real. Even in like rural areas, I've gone, like my grandmother said, oh, is that real? So we see this level of skepticism, and of course, people that create misinformation or disinformation have also mimicked the idea of putting errors within those videos so that they look more real. And real in this sense means it's not very perfect. So the idea of AI being that, yes, there's a lot that is being generated, like fake deep fakes and things like that. But then we also have an increased level of skepticism. What we need is just to shift that into a way that journalism thrives as opposed to us mimicking people, social media influencers, which I think we've seen. Journalists are now targeting social media influencers, interviewing them, which is not a problem, but they're also posting their news stories on them just so that their stories can be read by many. So we're chasing audiences as opposed to issues. And I think the biggest thing, even in terms of AI generated content, is your story, or does your story have those elements of news? Can it be counted as something that is contributing to society? And I think that's where we should start from, by measuring the elements of news. Is it impactful? Is it proximal? Is it novel? How do we define news in this context? I think that's my take on that one.
Thank you, Gabriel. So in the interest of time, I think I'll move on to the second part of our conversation around distribution of content. So we've talked a lot about AI facilitating the content creation, but we also know that behind the scene, I think someone said, the thing that we don't see is those famous algorithms that work and are trained in a certain manner to push certain information to us. So I'll get back to Gregory, because I know you've done quite a bit of work on that. Maybe you can educate us on the thing that we do not see. So what influences, what sort of stories are amplified versus others? So, and that definitely we know can shape public perception and views. So can you explain to us the behind the scenes a little bit?
Yes, thank you. So, just to give a brief understanding of algorithms, technically, these are step-by-step instructions that tell a computer what to do. But then the way they tell the computer, it's not like they just image by themselves. Of course, they have been. Sorry, I'm receiving an echo. I don't know if you're getting that as well.
No, it's fine. You may proceed.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so the way we see them operate in terms of journalism is, it's not that they actually decide on themselves, which partly they do, but there's somebody behind that, and mostly these powerful entities that are allowing these algorithms to choose what kind of news you're going to consume. So, and most of these are inclined or aligned. They have some political agenda, politics, not in terms of a political party, but they have a certain agenda that they want to send to you. So with algorithms and the way news is distributed, and today where there's a proliferation of news, we're seeing different content coming from different, we can easily, or algorithms can easily set an agenda in a particular community, in that it would send a certain kind of news element that would tell people what they have to believe in. Give an example, let's say COVID-19, and let's say there are two factions, some that are pro-vaccine and others anti-vaccine. And if an algorithm wants to advance certain kind of content that is either pro or anti, it can easily do that, in that whatever message you receive in that area, it will be against or pro, depending on what they want to feed you. So that's one of the ways we're seeing the news being distributed by algorithms. We write, yes, we do write the stories. We post them on platforms. It's not like, traditional media where somebody has to come buy a newspaper. We rely on the discretion of the computer to send that news elsewhere. But then what it chooses to send is up to the computer. If our content is not what it likes, it will definitely send that to somewhere else, or it will keep it, and amplify this content of a social media influencer. And that's why we're seeing social media influencers becoming more and more powerful, you know. Yeah, so basically that's what I would say about these concerns in terms of distributions.
So that raises quite a bit of questions, right? So
Yes,
there
yes.
is a machine working on certain rules. We, on the other hand, are receiving or not receiving certain information. and that can create some form of polarization of views and be our thinking in a certain way that we may not be even conscious of. So, Joachim, would you like maybe to help us in terms of understanding, is there any safeguards that can be put to maybe manage that? Because it can become, obviously, if used correctly, it will be beneficial, but if it's used with some not the right intention, it can actually create a lot of damage. So what are the safeguards that can be placed to moderate that? And what's your view on that?
Okay, thank you. I think first of all is to educate and educate. Well, when it comes to the media organization, how do they organize themselves? How do they create a kind of structure to 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 force the journalists to check the information. Okay, so you have problem because there is you know they are fighting to be the first to inform. So you have problem because if you tell your journalists that they have to check the information first, maybe they will release the information this afternoon or tomorrow, and your competitors maybe will release the information now. So even if you would like to create a kind of supervision of how to check the information or not, you have the speed of the information. If you want to check everything, you will be the last one to share the information. Okay, and you also have the problem with the journalist. You don't know if what happened if you realize that my information is not exactly correct. Okay, are they kind of impunity or not? Okay, if nothing happened, if I do release one, two, or three information that are not correct and nothing happened, I will continue to do that. Okay, so there is no obligation to try to verify the information. And maybe if I have a lot of information and my organization has a kind of bonus or something, okay, I will be, my willingness to create more and more and more information is higher because maybe I'm searching for a bonus in the end of the years, okay? So why do I have to spend time checking the information? Okay, so between the media organization you have that problem, but I think the consumers itself they need to check because they cannot be only who receive information. They need to check and they also need to engage or to support that media organization that are more that demonstrate concern on what is true information or not. Okay, so if you have one media or one TV station that has this kind of concerns and nobody talk about that. Nobody say that this channel is very serious because we can trust in this information. Yeah, they will be always the last to release information, and one day they will say, okay, we are always the last, so let's forget to about all those things about the integrity, and we will do what other people are doing. And at the end, we look now at the journalists like, yeah, it's the same people. Okay, my father was journalist long time ago. I know that when I said my name in school, they said, you're a son of Sylvester Mobiambe. So nowadays, I would like journalists to have kids that feel like they are proud to be son of a journalist. But nowadays, I don't know if you may find that, okay? Because we as consumer, we put all the journalists in the same basket, and I think it's not correct.
Thank you, Joachim. I think time is flying, and we may need to kind of open the floor quickly.
Jennifer,
Yes.
we will have this conversation over lunch. I could
Okay.
see when you're having tea, we were really having good conversations. And because of time, we can stop it now so that we can move to the next session. Tim, the syllabus is moving quite fast. We have a packed afternoon session, and allow me to have Jennifer and Tim just stop with that. Will that be okay with your permission? Jennifer, with your permission?
Of course, of course. I think that the conversation has been great, and thanks to the panelists. And let's continue the conversation over lunch.
Asante sana. Thank you very much, our participants. We appreciate you. Bella has a gift for you. Before I let you go, in Nigeria, they say they want problems. And so I have noted that in my country, Kenya, we are the ones who also create problems. And those algorithms are being shared elsewhere to create problems. And we want good problems, okay? So thank you very much and all the best. Enjoy your lunch. Let us appreciate them. And appreciate me as well. Thank you very much. I have one more announcement. I know we have a busy past afternoon. From here, we head to the first floor where we have our lunch, and then we will be proceeding to the beach conversation with Professor Dion, who will of course be led to that session after lunch. But please, if you are a panelist or a moderator in the next session, before you grab your lunch, familiarize yourself with your breakout room so that we are all set and we keep time as planned. That's okay? Thank you. Brian, do you have any announcements?
Not really. Thank you so much. Yeah, so just to follow up on what has been said. So please, those of you in the track sessions, it's going to be too tight for us to organize PowerPoint slides and everything else between the beachside conversation and the actual track session. So we need to do that now. So please, those of you who are presenting in Auditorium 1, you can stay here in breakout room number 1, 2, and 3 upstairs. And please meet with your moderator. Make sure that they've got your PowerPoint slides and that it's put onto the system so that we have a seamless presentation later. So the rest of you go grab that food, and those moderators and panelists, please just go to the rooms quickly. We'll try to do it as quickly as possible. Okay, so I'm staying here for the auditorium. So that includes the Absa panel, as well as sessions 1 to 8. If you can come and see me, please.
Yes, so what I want to check now is, so there are 2 PowerPoint connects. I think that the final one. What one was the name? Okay, so now I found the PowerPoint. That's correct. I was confusing you with Professor Villiers. The PowerPoint that I've got is incorrect. It's not the same Okay. Because I did put two, but both had titles that weren't aligned to this. But as you've now got it.
You were asked us to change it, so it isn't now
So do you mind us just double checking that? And then I just want to make sure so there's no. So someone's already put it on.
Yes, one of the technical. I don't like technical glitches, so.
No, same here.
And I'm short, so I'm going to stand up like very.
You need to go upstairs.
Yes, just before we move into that, are we breaking into rooms and the original team meetings or are they separate rooms?
They're separate links.
And then we send each to the moderator.
You can talk about
That's what we're trying to do. So we want to log in, but we want to know if we have to log in using a moderator's link or can we join the original link?
I think the new links. Can you liaise with CEO, please, if you don't mind? I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
If you check the time, you just want to check the time.
Yeah, I just wanted to check just the time. Yeah, sorry.
We had a reviewer who asked us to change the time.
No, that's fine. So it's now the due shareholders.
New shareholders. And then after my presentation, I'm getting upstairs to break out one and a second.
Yeah, okay. Now I realized that. So you got a busy day. Okay, no, thank you for that. At least it's sorted. Okay, do you want to just, yeah, no, so this is correct. Okay, and the memory stick, have you put it in now? I've only got two. Because he's going to ask me to send that. I don't mind who you send it to. What, to who? Let's call. Okay, you can send it to. That's fine. You can send it to. I just want to make sure we got the correct it's the later one, 316. Okay, and it will be now, session 1. Maybe just open it so you can just double check. Show me this one. Sure. Yeah, which one is first? That is going to be the first one. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Okay. Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Lovely to have you.
See you again. Yeah.
So we are Beatrice. Okay, now yes. Okay, so I move on now. No, sure. And I need to see you. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Absa 2025 Absa.
Okay, I got someone. So where will this conversation? But it's taking place here. It's taking place here, and what do you think is the day call? Is there any chance of project slide?
It's 2025. Yeah.
Very good. Yeah. Okay. And then I was going to book
Joachim, you need to smile. Okay, now.
So I need to write something.
I'll send it to on the
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
Thank you. Sorry. Is the auditorium?
And then the decision for chair. Can you check my presentation for 16? Okay, so did you get now from Beatrice?
Yes. Yeah, I've given.
Invisible, yes.
Yes.
Invisible, but essential. Okay, that's excellent. Okay. And then. Yes, everybody else. Yeah, have you got for on that memory stick? There's another presentation. Thank you very much. Looking forward to your presentation.
Just give me 5.
So you've already got it. This is to share orders. Yeah. Do you have them in order?
Thanks. I'm just checking if you have my slides.
I don't.
Email it. Now the list is not working. Is this the way I can do
Could you use my?
Let me see if my device allows it.
Okay, that would be great. Sorry about that, but I don't have it.
No problem.
Okay, so then I'm only missing 3, but anyway, let's just deal with it. If they come along later and now they want to give me the PowerPoint slides, are you going to be around? Because that would be from 3 o'clock. Because at least I've got most of it now. So they in, but you're going to share that with Paul. So he will display it from his side. He doesn't has it. No. And just mention it's the auditorium slides.
This is not allowed on my screen. This is the any person
Do you have an email that you could use here?
Yes.
Will you be in the auditorium as well?
Yes, I will. I'm at 15:20. Your email address, please. Oh, I need to send it to the sender.
Does not walk over.
Thanks very much.
So yeah, it is.
Yeah, so it's going to be, we got such tight.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you, should I be 15 minutes or 5-minute questions?
You've got a choice, so you can either do 15 minutes presentation and no questions, or you do first 5 questions.
I'm not going to say no questions because I just want to go away. So we'll allow 5-minute engagement.
Yeah. So, so it is tight. But yeah, so it's up to you. And then just in terms of questions, maybe to maybe just state something, not just two questions.
And will you give us like a 5-minute signage or something so we know?
You'll see me getting agitated, so it's fine. No, I'll maybe just do it as a 5.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Did you get my email? Thank you. Yes. It says not deliverable. Email address.
Ce qui est intéressant de l'Afrique, c'est une des panélistes, je le ramène là.
Vous allez voir, vous avez des sockets là, vous pouvez utiliser ça. Je vais vérifier.
Ça y a courant dedans.
Oui.
Ça y a courant dedans.
Oui, vous pouvez utiliser ça aussi, bien sûr.
Ça va pas fort. On a un peu ce que c'est pour la chaleur comme ça. Ça va être ok.
Oui, bien sûr.
Allez, je ramène là.
Just give me the evidently it's like an AC at the end. We're very used to it. So it's actually
I mean, I'm not allowed any takes.
So
I've got 2 hours today.
I'm in the cloud just because you are training. If for some reason there's some difficulty with to shift earlier or later or whatever, just know I'm the person.
Thank you so much.
Sometimes you need that because you're like, what do I do now? So just throw me on the spot. Yeah, I've got my slides, I'll just pop over.
Ethics specifically in business come together 2 days like this to not only celebrate the importance of ethics, but also to see how we can best embed ethics. And Absa being associated with Pan Africa to do this in Mauritius for me specifically was a great privilege.
Sorry, do you know?
And I think Mauritius being chosen to host the Pan Africa conference is in itself, honor for us, but also it is suggesting that, as in the African continent, we are really advocating for ethics and making sure that we are not only discussing today, but we will take action.
Excited about it, but I think I'll have to just bring it out. Too many, but thanks. So when you present, do we switch the slides while we stand here? That makes it
Unless if you have a void.
C'est bon?
Ready?
Yes.
Okay, you ready?
So I just want to check with you.
Yes.
So you moderate.
I'm the moderator. Yes.
So, okay, my role is
Okay. All right.
So I'm going to manage.
Yes.
And then you can do the introduction.
I have, yes.
Because I'm not sure.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I have an introduction and I want to expose the problem and what is it that we're going to do. And then I will introduce the panel. We'll try to keep it very interactive and fun. Yes? I hope we'll get an audience.
I'm sure.
Because I see everybody.
Yeah, which would be right into the parallel track section. When everyone walks around each other.
Yeah.
So on the main track section.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of people would be very interested in that.
Okay, all right. Amazing.
So I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, great.
Is that okay?
Yes.
You know, we academic discipline and business is
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
So now I'm going to do.
Yeah, yeah,
And then
absolutely.
We've got chairs.
So we got 4 chairs, we got 3. We just need to perhaps, we might need to change the glasses.
You've decided that,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's fine.
because if you're just going to do site conversation.
Yes. Is it going to be, it's going to be here?
That's going to be.
Okay, and then I'll.
And I won't change this. I won't change.
Yes, no, because we are 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, great. I'll see you.
Right, yeah, and all the best, enjoy.
Yeah, thank you. Can you sort yours in too? Yes, yes, we're sorted, yeah.
Hold on. Beaucoup de finir.
You go from there. Okay, là-bas.
It's quite simple too. On my mouse, so good. Are you happy?
Yeah.
Okay. The one, the next session, they want to do project a beach on the screen. So I've let Paul know about that as well. It will be look quite nice.
We need to check
Back in the auditorium, we should have a screen now. I've got a picture of a beach scene to project onto the screen.
Okay, great. We were, how can I use a mic?
I can hear you clearly, Brian.
Oh, okay, that's great. Yeah, sorry, just repeat that, Paul.
I've got a picture of a beach scene I'm sharing at the moment on Teams. If Shubla can just move over to Teams.
You move over to Teams, yeah. You're upsetting all the interviews that are going on here, the media interviews, Paul.
Sorry.
You'll quickly check and then they can go on. We can't see anything yet. Okay, so we're on Teams.
Go through, yeah.
I'm sorry, can we do like for 1 minute? The trial, the sound.
We're going to be very quick with this, if that's what you're asking.
No, we're just ending a 1 interview in like 1 or 2 minutes maximum.
Yeah, yeah.
Is it possible? And then we do the trial for the sound.
Yes, yeah, certainly. Yeah, yeah. So that's what's going to be projected. That looks really nice. Excellent.
Don't think I'm breaking any copyright laws.
Okay. No, that's great. Thank you.
Brian, can I talk to you, or if I talk to you, am I disturbing something?
Yeah, I think it's now in the whole auditorium, so everyone's in the conversation with us. So I think maybe just we can talk on the phone.
Okay, no, that's fine. Super.
So you can go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kado yang CV mau sih, dia sih mau Golion, tu sinki semua dia. Kalau tu bilang tu sebab kalau orang sih semua dia.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have a great lunch now. So.
Écoute, tu es de
À la place.
Ouais, bah. Une session policière.
Oui, tu sais son là. Tu parles. Voilà. Alors, boulot. Ça va notre boulot. Jangan kamu mudah ke? Kami dah tak dapat.
Un, deux, testing, one, two. Un, deux, testing, one, two. Un, deux. Un, deux, testing, one, two. Un, deux, testing, one, two.
That sound is coming through quite well from here.
I'm just testing the mic.
Okay, no, that's super.
Hello, Paul, to hear me? Yeah. Paul? Can anybody hear me?
Tout à l'heure, je reviens vers vous pour cette interview-là, on va donner une confirmation des films ou pas là. Je voulais juste voir avec vous. Vous savez, Rabin, il n'est pas au pays là, il a juste un diabète en enfant. Maintenant, il a son acting qui est franco-défis. Donc, est-ce qu'il y a une façon pour que franco-défis rencontrer un petit de Ben, de moi, un petit chat, un petit plutôt, surtout les rencontres, il faut pas dire entre ça. Franco-défis, il est le acting MD en absence de Rabin. Rabin, il n'est pas au pays en ce moment. Il ne pourra pas venir. En deuxième mauricien, il est mauricien. Chief Enablement Officer and Finance Director. Il est le acting MD en ce moment. Vous ne connaissez pas les capables de ministère. Vous voyez que dans une étude, il y aura le coût de complémentaire, on va être évident. Peut-être, est-ce que, avant d'être sûr que c'est pas venir de maintenant deux, de deux, tu pourras venir et si ça ne pas très vite. Ah, maintenant, tu as allé quoi, dimanche? Oui, oui. Quand on essaie de bien faire, essayer, mais s'il n'est pas capable de bien, s'il est capable de compter là, on va faire une prévision maintenant avant. Oui, oui, donc l'affaire. Venez, c'est la même comme il y a des mais s'il y a un café, il y a un café, il y a plus bonheur, mais est-ce qu'il va faire des journées avant qu'on soit là? Et vous voulez, moi, vous allez chez vous, mais je vous allez chez vous, est-ce qu'il est capable de faire maintenant avant qu'on soit? Oui, il est capable de faire maintenant avant qu'on soit là. Pas demain, ça veut dire, est-ce que samedi, il peut les rencontrer plus tôt? Non, il faut les rencontrer. C'est ici. Ah, d'accord. C'est bon. Qui c'est un moment là? C'est quoi le moment? Comme ça. Oui. Hi. Okay. I'm on lunch from Middlesex University. Very good. Oh, that's okay. No, mais là, je fais join on behalf of Absa là. Did you come in? No worries. Are you coming? All of this research and exchange. That's basically you're trying to bridge the gap between media and industry. But I'm working on the to mais comprends qui est un peu oui, mais comprends, bon, oui, tu as venir avant 19h30. Gender. I do. Yes, for that's one problem. Oui, ça veut dire que après 19h, je vais imaginer ça. Il y a une commitment samedi. Après, il y a une qui est il a un comité, il a une autre comité. Il a une commitment personnel, et il a une commitment personnel, lui, il essaie de voir comment il peut fitter. Puis, quand il est bon, il mange ça. Si carré pour le concert, c'est bien. Si pas carré, c'est au moins.
Yeah, sure, definitely. Let me go. Yeah. You want this way?
This way. Come closer a bit.
Yeah, I will zoom in.
Okay.
I think you have given me an idea.
Okay, I take two of them, have a look.
Sorry.
Yes.
Let me also put.
Oh, sorry. Careful, careful.
Yeah.
Did you get it?
No, it's close now.
Oh, I'll come.
All right. Sure, I'm sorry. Look at all these fancy fruits,
Well,
Yeah. So technology is a friend, you see?
It is indeed. We can't escape from that, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Okay, how much?
Yes.
I'll make this okay. You okay? Is it right? Yeah.
Shall be fine.
So sorry, I'm bothering you. No. You want the beach as well? Yeah, let's go to the beach. It's close by. Is it close by? Maybe at the end of the program. The beach is close by.
It's close by, just 10 minutes. Just not even 5 minutes. Don't worry, let's finish this first.
That's very good. Oh, the beachside conversation.
Beautiful, I need one too.
I need one too here.
That's a good one.
Okay.
Now she's not charging you, eh?
I know, right? Okay. Here is my thing. Let me just put it.
Maybe you. Yeah, for the camera. Why not?
Thank you. Now, back to the beach side.
Back on the beach side.
Oh yeah. Yes, keep it up.
I'm coming to take a look.
Sorry, I've got a new job now.
I'm just trying to
Yes, well, your tunes on the hand.
Nice. Thank you. There we go. Thank you for the activities. Thank you for giving us opportunity.
Our dear panel. Just enjoy. It's slowly too fast.
Yeah, it's very important. Hello. Hi. Is it? So at the very top of the last row, there's a socket of at the bottom. On the very top row. But also, if you just show me where you're sitting, like when you find the socket, at the very end of the aisle.
That we have here after in the planning
There is something somewhere.
You can't have it already outside.
Okay. She's saying Tuesday, which is.
There's one against the wall there.
It's no. You need
It's okay, I can wait.
I have been educated. It means it's not important, you can go.
It's my panel against
Okay, so we have the
practical applications, governance and ethics. Yeah, that's what he.
I'll try to make
Then there'll be. Yes, so at 3 o'clock. But generally, the generative section. Oh,
Okay. So,
but I'm thinking you might be able
maybe it's something that. How much?
It even works.
Hey, I'll wait for one
I'll post it and you buy it at Absa. That's more important. Media
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Can I ask that you maybe just step that? There we go. You can move around if you want. You want to change poses, perhaps?
Yes.
Yeah, and you let me know.
I think we can
Actually, if you want.
in the business.
Okay. Pretty thoughtful. Yeah.
But we have done it.
Yeah.
Can we just exclude?
Okay, cool. No, that's okay. You can just move a little closer. Thank you. Remove the shine there. Sectors. Thank you. Here we go. Is that leverage? May I take a picture? Join us from here. No. So I'm wearing the camera. You can just go back. I know. Yes. Trust is all burns. Thank you. Thank you.
There's no way that.
You met in Ghana? Yeah, we took in the morning. Yes. You did a good job. I love yes, we're staying 2 days longer. Then you can give me feedback. How are you? Everything. And so you did the others?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How was lunch? And so here we are. I was looking for the real beachside area, only to find that we are here, and you have such a good. Back again to our space, and this moment I would like to invite Professor Liu. No more talk. I just want to listen, observe, and see what happens around the beach. Over to you, Prof. Let's appreciate
Is this working?
This is working.
Is it working now?
Is it working now?
Yes.
Okay, geez.
And now.
Well, I was walking on the beach, and I then saw this guy next to me. I haven't even had the time to introduce myself. My name is Dion.
My name is Colin.
And Colin, what do you do for a living?
Well, I was trying to avoid you at the beach, but here we are. I'm a professor in computer science at the University of South Africa.
Professor in computer science. You know something about AI?
Just a little bit, yeah.
Okay, that's interesting. I'm also a professor, but in business ethics is my specialization, business ethics and corporate governance. And I think there's quite a connect between our worlds.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think our worlds are starting to intersect, and it's creating associative and disassociative relationships that we haven't really thought about and haven't even figured. And AI, through Gen AI, is now challenging every fathom of our ethical behavior, our moral behavior, and our social behavior.
Okay, interesting. And obviously there are a whole lot of ethical dimensions, as you rightly mentioned, when it comes to all these latest emerging technologies. But I've heard there's a conference in town at the moment, so-called PEN Africa, the Business Ethics Network of Africa, and this topic is also one of their main themes. And I read in their program that they talk about the whole future of the development of all these emerging technologies, that it might be a friend or it might be a foe. Where do you think we are heading with AI and all the other emerging technologies that we see nowadays?
Thank you. Chair, as you can see, we are both prepaid African elders. I just wanted to put that out there. Not only that, we are exponential elders. So, so I want to contextualize what we are talking about now with a statement that I heard in 1983. We are currently preparing students for jobs that don't yet exist using technology that hasn't yet been invented in order to solve problems we don't even know about. Again, I remind you, this was in 1983. The PC was invented in 1982. Look what happened and look at how prophetic and profound that statement was. And think about where we are. In our own lifetime, the thing that we studied at university and the thing that we are actually doing, the thing that our kids studied at university, the thing that we learned at school and the thing that we are actually doing. So these are the types of things that, that what do you do? Think about microplastic. That was never existed in our vocabulary. Global warming didn't exist. So these are terms and technologies that were consequences of the technologies that we have. Now I'm obliged to talk about 5IR. I don't want to really, but I'm not, because I'm not a futurist. I don't believe in future because I have enough problem trying to understand the current world right now. Right? But 5IR, if you have to look at it formally, it allows for a collaboration between humans, and then they use the word advanced technologies like AI, robotics, and so on. Right? It doesn't talk about AGI, so don't get fixated with AGI, which is about AI becoming cognitive and starting to behave like humans in more than one task. Right? But this is talk about AI only. So AI for me is a real thing, it's a useful thing, it's a wonderful thing. The research I do in AI is in natural language processing, in biometrics, and computer visioning. Now let's look at 4IR. 4IR is almost the same as the definition of 5IR that I told you, but they formally defined it in 2016 already as technology that blurs the physical, the digital, and biotechnology. Same thing, the only difference 5IR has the word advanced, and we haven't yet seen it. Right? So I submit that both 4IR and 5IR are exponential. So what excites me about the exciting technology, about emerging technology? Well, we already told you, I told you that we live in the world with AI, with IoT, with quantum computing, with behavioral science, with wearable technology, with wearable technology, with wearable technology. All these words, wonderful new technology, coming out dime a dozen, and we are very fixated and fascinated by them. These technologies, they collide, they collude, and they combine to transform society. Let's look at 1IR and 2IR as an example. 1IR gave us mechanization. 2IR gave us electricity. They took the two together, and then a few decades later, we got The car. The car replaced the horse. It decimated the housing industry, but created what we now know as the automotive industry, which disrupted the entire mode of transport in the world. The PC, it took away the typing pools, it took away secretarial functions. Now we have a huge mega ICT industry. So these consequential things are going on and on. On the health side, let's look at 4-hour robotic surgery. It's almost like drive-through surgery now. You can go to a hospital, check yourself in, get a kidney transplant, and come out. Okay, so these are the types of things that are going on. In Africa, we're using drones to deliver blood because the infrastructure is poor. Logical solution to a problem. Don't fret about the problem. Don't blame the problem. Seek a solution. The drones are unmanned, so you don't even need to worry about it. The hospital that has blood packs the blood in the drone and off it goes the way it's needed. Those are my concerns.
Okay, yeah, and I wanted to ask you about, and you sound pretty excited about the opportunities that are opening up now.
Yes, I am.
And I think you have very good reason to do so. But obviously, with all opportunities, there are also risks. And I think we should dive a bit into what are the main risks that you see associated with AI and other emerging technologies?
I didn't know that my spouse came with a mother-in-law. So, everything in life comes with the flip side, and then you need to really, figure out how to do things. So, to me, the biggest danger of technology is
Use this one.
To me, the biggest danger, the consequential danger, is this thing called wormware. Not hardware, not software, but wormware. And this wormware challenge is coming because of this notion of task automation. OIR is taking away your job one task at a time. Every time you do something, you discover a new macro, a new software, a new macro or a new software, and you say, hey, this is good. But you know what's happening? Your job design is shrinking. We call that occupational shift. And the challenge right now is so real that for the first time in my life, as positive as I am scared. This year alone, 92,000 jobs were taken away from high-tech industries in the US. High-tech industries, not just general people. Nestle, a food company, 16,000 jobs this last week. They're talking about this notion of a 3-day week. Bill Gates talked about it very fondly. He's right. But what he didn't tell you was, you're going to get 3 days payment as well. It's called short term. Right? So our white-collar workers are not going to have work. What are we going to do? So this is a really, really serious challenge that we have. Another thing that worries me is that we get fixated on Gen AI and on all the other things. But remember we were married to the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals? What happened to that? That is based on rock-hard science. The needs are well documented. The targets are well designed. Why aren't we looking at it? I want to ask you guys a question. You all know Bitcoin, right? How much of energy does Bitcoin use to mine a Bitcoin, say, last year? Is it megawatts? Is it gigawatts? Yeah, how many people say gigawatts? How many people say terawatts? Okay, and how many people say just maybe a few kilowatts? The answer is of the order of magnitude that South Africa uses, about 120 terawatt hours. Bitcoin uses as much energy as a country does. That is the direct violation of SDG 6. We think we like cryptocurrency, but we forget what's happening. Guess what? Your data centers, your AI data centers, is now using twice the amount of energy that your Bitcoin centers are using. One other thing, your data centers use clean water, fresh clean water, not river water, not undammed water. It uses fresh clean water, and it uses a billion of liters per year. Now that's SDG 7. Do we have enough water for the data centers? So we need to start thinking about the consequential action of all of those things. So GCP is, introduced.
I didn't realize it was.
No, someone was unmuted.
All right. So one of the things that worries me about this whole FOMO mode, the fear of missing out and how we are always connected all of the time, is this, we now introduce this thing called a surveillance society. They hyper-personalize us and they know absolutely everything that we do. And this thing, they've commoditized us as well. Now the challenge there is that they know everything about us. So now they're doing targeted marketing. That's a gross violation and an invasion of our privacy. We had to opt in order to stay on Facebook. But when you talk about a fridge, next 5 days you're getting fridge advertisement, and you're talking about it next to your computer. You didn't even type the word fridge. So not only is it reading what you write, it's also listening to what you say. So we have a real challenge in terms of our privacy. Our world is becoming Orwellian. One more good example. Cambridge Analytica, 2016, the US elections. You know what they did there? It was absolutely brilliant and scary. They looked for all the red voters. They looked for all the red voters who didn't vote. They looked for all the red voters who didn't vote, who are likely to vote. And then they visited those people on house calls. How targeted and brilliant is that? How scary is that? Political campaigning has just gone out the window. Right? And now we're talking about this new thing called woke AI, about fairness, about transparency, about bias. Who decides? Obviously, telling me, shut up. My wife says that too. So, with woke AI, we talk about fairness, about about biasness, about inclusivity. I like those words, I really do. My question is, who cares what bias, what points of references are we using? And these are the types of things I would like to answer for us. Now, the last one I want to leave you with is content computing. You all know about it, right? And you already know that it's more or less at the testing phase. They piloted a few, and it's starting to work really well. Do you remember the transistor? You would, I would, they would, right? It's young. But you remember the integrated circuit, right? You would remember the CPU. Now you know about the GPU. So I'm saying that quantum computing is going to come. It's going to come in my lifetime, and I'm very close to God, right? So, but when quantum computing comes, we're going to get something called Q-Day. Q-Day is where quantum computing is going to break every single encryption that is currently known to man. Can you see how scary that is? That every system, the Absa, I know you know this, right? And we need to prepare for this. We need to prepare and relook at quantum cybersecurity as a new area. So, Prof, I'm going to stop there, and I'm going to ask you some questions now. What can we do from the governance of organization perspective to mitigate the risks that is spoken about?
Thanks, Colin. I get a sense that when we read about what is happening in organizations around AI, that on the one hand, as you rightly indicated, there's huge excitement. People are incredibly excited about what AI can do. But I think, Colin, as you also indicated, it also makes you anxious at times. It was interesting to me reading lots of articles about AI over the last year. It has now come to the point where CEOs and chairs of boards are recommended to do meditation and breathing exercises, just in order to catch them, stand back for a moment to look what is going on. Colin, I'm very glad that we talk about the governance of AI and other emerging technologies on this platform, because this is what BEN Africa is all about. How do we cope within our organizations in an ethical way with all types of new risks that are coming our way? And probably we need to say for each other that from a governance perspective, the biggest risk is not embracing AI. If we don't embrace AI as organizations, we just might be left behind. There's no doubt about that. But having said that, it doesn't mean that there are a whole range of risks, and you were very good at articulating at least some of those risks. I know there are many more. And from a governance perspective, the moment that we put on a governance lens on a problem, we always start at, why are we here? What is the purpose of our organization? What do we want to achieve? And then, from a governance perspective, our first question should be, when we look at AI, but also at other emerging technologies, is AI something that can disrail us in terms of fulfilling our purpose, obtaining our strategic objectives, or is AI something that can help us? And then, once we've made that decision that we want to embrace AI with eyes wide open for all the risks that is associated with that, our first job is to set the strategy, to say we will embrace AI, and this is our strategy for AI or whatever other emerging technologies are still coming. And then, of course, it becomes the job of management to go and execute that strategy. But we also need to do something else, and that is to set the guardrails, to say we are embarking on this strategy, but there are certain things that we need to put up front that are acceptable and that we want to pursue and that we want to achieve, but there are other things, there are other dangers that we want to avoid. Whether it is the impact on the environment, whether it's the privacy of people that might be jeopardized in the process, whether it's our reputation. In other words, we need, in the second place, when we talk from a governance perspective, we need to set the guardrails. In other words, set the policies of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. Okay, and now management runs with the strategy. We've set up the guardrails, and now comes the very important process of monitoring. Monitoring what is happening. Is it working? Number one, is it helping us to achieve our strategic objectives and to fulfill our purpose? Is it effective? Do we get a return on investment? Are there perhaps unforeseen consequences? In our enthusiasm about embracing this, we haven't foreseen certain unforeseen consequences. How are we going to deal with that? Does it have a positive or negative impact on our reputation? How does it affect the privacy of people, the safety of the organization? And what will happen if this thing fails for some other reason? In other words, we need to look at also recovering if there should be some other major disaster where we can't use this technology or this technology is for some other reason no longer available. So that monitoring process is ongoing, and there's a constant feedback loop back to our strategy, back to our policy. And the final thing from a governance perspective that we should do is that we should report on how are we doing. Is this working according to our expectations? And that reporting should be disclosed to our shareholders, should be disclosed to our other stakeholders, because that is a way in which we can build trust in our organization. That we blindly embrace AI or other emerging technologies, but we are embracing them in a responsible manner, and we can give you an account for how we are doing these types of things. And ultimately, when we talk governance, we often think about the board of directors, but obviously governance is about running an effective operation. So all these things, our strategy and our policy and our standards, should ultimately be embedded in the culture. It should be shared by everyone in the organization.
I need to ask you a follow-up question on that one. We were talking earlier on this morning about, AI running the company and who do you sue. So, who do we hold accountable? But let me give you this example first, and then you can answer. Sam Altman and Mark Zuckerberg have a $1 competition about when the first billion-dollar one-person company will be formed. One person, $1 billion company. So you're going to have a board meeting there with this one person, and the chief media officer will be an AI, CFO will be an AI, the people doing everything will be an AI chatbot or an AI generated robot. Right? Now, when something go wrong with this company, what are the consequences? And I want to give you one analogy. In 2019, there was a massacre in a mosque in Christchurch in New Zealand. Facebook live streamed the massacre as it was happening. Jason Ardern, the Prime Minister of New Zealand, phoned Mark Zuckerberg and said, "Stop this now." He said, sorry, we are an infrastructure company. We're the postman, we're not the publisher. If somebody like Mark Zuckerberg can say, I have no accountability, how are we going to get this one person to be accountable?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, obviously, if it's a one-person company, and obviously, as you indicated, the reason why this one person can run the company is because there's now agentic AI, if I understand you correctly, and you have the AI this and the AI that. Ultimately, I think the creators of those technologies would be held accountable. But in the eyes of the public, I think that one person company, because I suppose that one person is still a person. Yeah. I think in the eye of the public, but probably also in the eye of the law. That person will also be held accountable. But there's of course a difference between legal accountability and moral accountability. And from a moral accountability perspective, I think the creators of those agentic AI might also be held responsible. But Colin, it's a difficult one. What would you say?
Doesn't want me to say anything actually. My response to that would be education, education, and education. This last week there were two 23-year-old billionaires in the US, tech billionaires. I mean, they can barely apply for a home loan, and they are billionaires already. So we need to educate these youth about the morality of the work, about the ethical part of the work, about the governance framework, and that they are ultimately responsible, not the beautiful chatbots and not the beautiful agentic AI system that they create. They can use LLM, they can use any AI system. They are still accountable ultimately. This is why I like us, to stay on the narrow band type of. Doctor, if I can ask you one more question, on just to follow up on what you said. Are there any specific ethical theories or principles that can help us to ensure, that the use of emerging technology is used in a responsible way? And I think that speaks to our previous conversation.
It's quite interesting. It is quite interesting. Does it work? Yeah. We are now so used that they are not working that we just need to check from time to time. But the one thing that strikes me, if I look at current approaches to get a handle on AI, that the development is so fast and so exponential that people can't keep up. So we can't make rules to control it. And for quite some time, I haven't seen such a concentration of focus on ethical principles. Principles like privacy, like safety. If you look at the OECD guidelines for AI, they end up with a set of ethical principles. If you look at the ISO standard, they end up with a set of ethical values or ethical principles. Just last week, we launched the 5th King Report on corporate governance. In the principle that deals specifically with AI and other emerging technologies, it ends up with a set of ethical values. So therefore, I think those old, almost timeless ethical lenses or ethical theories are still very relevant. Let me just very quickly mention 3. If you take, for example, utilitarian, in other words, the ethical theory that looks at consequences and says action is good if it has a net positive consequence. In other words, there are more positive consequences than negative consequences. And I think it still remains a very valid perspective because, as you, Colin, rightly indicated, there are a lot of negative consequences. There are also a lot of positive consequences. We've touched on both of them. But if you look at negative consequences like the environmental impact, what is the impact of the massive use of AI and other emerging technologies on water and on electricity. It has detrimental or potential detrimental consequences for the sustainability of our planet. We've heard this morning about bias and discrimination that might be fueled by the use of AI. So, but we've also heard about all the positive consequences, higher productivity, higher speed of delivery, and other positive spin-offs. And I think utilitarianism helps us to reflect again on what do we gain and what do we lose, and we always need to ensure that we end up with a net positive consequence. Take the other age-old one of deontology or ethics of duty, where we all have certain duties towards other people. And we have duties to respect people, not to invade their privacy, not to undermine their human agency, to respect them as human agents in their own right. I think once again, this is so applicable to AI and what it does in terms of respect for people and in terms of either fueling or undermining the agency of people. But my personal favorite, as many of you would know, is still the old virtue theory that says we should not look at actions and judge actions whether they are right or wrong. But ultimately, we need good people. The only way to have consistent ethical behavior is to have people with mature ethical cultures, or characters rather. In other words, people who have the characteristics that will always dispose them to do the right thing. And yeah, I think, for example, about two books written by Yuval Harari. The one was called Homo Deus, where it talked about the possibility that AI and other technologies hold for us to enhance our human capacity and our human capability up to almost godlike features. But he also wrote a second book after that, which was called Nexus, in which he also warned about the danger that AI and other emerging technologies might create a whole, what he called, a useless class. People who have no role to play in society. In other words, people whose moral agency has been totally undermined and they can't fulfill their full human potential, as virtue theory would like us to do, because it wants us to develop those characteristics that will help us to fulfill our full human potential. So once again, Colin, it seems that it is exactly these ethical lenses that has become so popular now, that we see in the ISO standards, in the OECD standards, in King 5, that emphasizes values such as sustainable development, the protection of human rights, the safety of people, the protection of privacy, the transparency of systems, and ultimately accountability for those systems. And I think this is a good reminder, but also an indicator that we can't move forward in a responsible manner without putting all these rail guards in place, but adhering to these ethical principles. But Colin, can I ask you something? You are standing more on the side of the development and implementation of these technologies. How do you think they can be built into those technologies from the start? Because what I was talking more of was, how do we utilize this technologies within the context of organizations? But I think we would like to come to a point where this becomes not after the fact considerations, but something that is there right from the word go and built into the technologies and not imposed on them later on.
It didn't teach me about this question. Seriously, colleagues, that's a brilliant question. You know, an AI system is based on two things. We call one set the training data set, and the other one the testing data set. So you have X data. The rule of thumb is you take 0.7, of the data for training the models, and then the 0.3 of the data, or 30% of the data, you test the model. So you're testing the data with the totality of information that you have. So when you are developing an AI system, you have to make sure that you will remember that all actions, garbage in, garbage out. It is your training data that will decide the efficacy of your model. The better the data, the better the model. As simple as that, and as complicated as that. So what's happening right now is that people are using this, and they shift to learn. So they develop the system and roll it out. And we, the user, become the tester. And they use clever words like hallucination and false positives. These times it's just bad manners, bad data. They're sitting with bad data, they're lazy to do it. How can something like ChatGPT, as big as it is, come out every 6 months? In a human trial for a diabetes medication and a cholesterol medication, if both of them are equally good and the same company decides to combine the two, they will have to start the training, the clinical all over again, wouldn't they? 4 or 5 years before that thing comes out. How is it that Altman et al. And all of these people can release the product at a young? Because they have money, because they have data centers? All of them are releasing it in competition with each other, destroying the environment. If all of them take their teams and put their teams together, don't you think we'll have a greater system that can be, and they can all become even more rich, because then we'll be using it much more than we want. Okay. So I have a question about the policy. You would know, or you may know, that the South African policy is only 5 pages long. So if we are going to start guiding systems, how then do we, as advocates, approach our government to get them to take this thing a little bit more seriously? The UAE has a Minister of Artificial Intelligence. This Minister of Artificial Intelligence is about 7 or 8 years old. 7 or 8 years ago, they started a Ministry of Artificial Intelligence. How do we advocate to have a dedicated ministry for emerging technology, privacy, from a policy point of view, regulatory framework, and allow us technocrats to do work in this area?
Yes, the one thing that I've learned from asking governments to do certain things is it doesn't work well if you ask on your own. In other words, if a single organization approaches government, if an Absa approaches government, they're most probably not going to sit up and listen. They tend to listen much quicker when we speak as a collective. In other words, when we get together as a group of businesses or as organized business and we speak with a unified voice, then they normally sit up and do something about it. But Colin, I think you would also agree that it is an incredibly complex and fast-moving world and incredibly difficult to regulate. Probably almost impossible to regulate, but we can set the guardrails, as we have said already this morning, so that at least we can steer on a national basis where we are going with this development. From a business perspective, however, I think we would all know that we should not sit back and wait for government to respond. Because if things go wrong, it will go wrong to our own detriment. And therefore, the way in which I believe businesses should approach this is that this is something that should be approached from a risk management perspective. It's also interesting that King 5 recommends, when it comes to the governance of AI and other technologies, that the risk committee should play a leading role in this. And typically from a risk management perspective, you do a proper analysis of how can this technology either derail us in our strategic pursuit, or how can it assist us And then you put all your typical risk management procedures in place. You have your policies, you have your risk appetites, and you have all those other things that are needed to mitigate those risks. And that is what business should do. If there's not sufficient leadership from the politicians, in other words, in the public arena, then we need to carry that risk ourselves, and I think it's a healthy thing. But we should also try to motivate our governments to do their thing. Colin, final word to you, and then I think we should get into the water.
Well, if this works, okay, it does. Yeah, I completely support your notion of it going up to board level in terms of the risk committee and the audit and risk committee. And you just placed a thought in my mind that maybe we need to also undertake a training program for the chief risk officers, because ultimately it will be their responsibility and they can exercise oversight, provided they understand the risk associated with the risk that I've spoken about and the opportunity, so that they can mitigate the risk and leverage the opportunity. To the business folk out here, you know, the three terms I want to leave you with. Yeah, AI enabled, AI first, and AI only. AI enabled is something I like. I think it's a really, really clever idea. It's a smart thing. Even as academics, we should be using AI enabled. And if our students use it, we must embrace it. And then assess it as an AI enabled assignment rather than testing the ability to synthesize information. And the second one is AI first. This is what the world is going to, and we need to be careful about that, because that means that we're trying to replace the human. If you say, let me do it with AI, but if I can't, then I'm going to do it. That's why I prefer AI enabled. And then AI only is the scaling one. That this is just the world that wants to replace us humans with AI enabled systems. And I think we really need to back for one. Thank you.
Colin, it was a pleasure to meet you. I hope you enjoy your stay here on the beach side. Thank you.
Wow, before you leave, we clearly didn't expect to have mics along the beach. Thank you very much, Prof. Awesome. Thank you. AI enabled, AI only. And the other one, the first one, AI. It's not, Prof. You are very proud because everybody was listening. I was taking notes. All right, Brian. It is time for us to go next to the breakout sessions. And I know we have the Absa team staying on, correct? Yes. And then we have upstairs, we will be joining three more panels, right, up there. And I believe you've already set up and checked and made sure that all your colleagues and panelists are ready. Cool. So we will now take this moment, unless Brian, you have something for us. Do you have an announcement for us?
I've just got a very big thank you to Yvonne, who set the tone for today. You've done a fantastic job.
Thank you, Brian.
We're grateful as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I also want to remind everyone that we have our cocktail at 6:30 p.m. at Anari Hotel and Square. We'll see you then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So just to remind you that we've got a special French panel that's going to be moderated by Symphorian Urawa now as well. And so those of you who are French speaking, this is a wonderful opportunity as well. We really would like to be, we are a Pan-African organization, and we'd like to bring in the Portuguese speaking and French speaking delegates to this conference. So yes, that's in breakout room number 1 upstairs. So please do consider that. And then we've got breakout rooms 2 and 3, and then a virtual breakout room 4, which is exclusively online. So with that, you can start heading off to your various breakout rooms that you've selected. And just to state, you're also welcome to
chop and change between the breakout rooms. We're going to try to be very strict with the time to allow you to be able to go to papers that you might want to go listen to in different breakout rooms. So you're welcome to do that. Quietly slip out, quietly slip in. No one's going to take offense. Okay, so yes, enjoy the afternoon sessions. It's jam-packed. Some excellent papers that we received this year. Really outstanding papers. So you're going to enjoy that. So now, if I can just call, I'm going to be moderating in the auditorium. If I can ask the Absa team to please come join me. I'm going to be leading the introductions to Yoshni Parasuraman. So you'll be doing all the introduction for the rest of the Absa team on our behalf. And the parallel track session is discussing practical applications, governance and ethics in the corporate sector. And I think we're really so fortunate to have this opportunity to hear what's going on in businesses, how you manage it in this fast changing world of the best.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Dr. Brian. Thank you, please. Thank you, everyone. I'm just going to be cheeky and say on parle français aussi. Alors, for the French speaking, you can say as well. Okay, hi everyone. I'm Yoshini, and first of all, I'd like to say how privileged I am that I was given the opportunity to lead this initiative from Absa Mauritius. So I feel very privileged to be here. I live next to the beach, and I've never had such a profound, insightful conversation. So Professor Dion and Professor Colin, now that I go back home, I'll be stuck with AI, but it was greatly insightful and I guess always difficult to come after such gurus, I would say. So we're talking about the practical application. So from the beach, let's go to the bank, and the best bank, Absa Bank. So with me, my panelists, let's begin with our three dashing gentlemen from Absa, and experts in their fields for more than 2 decades. So we have our energetic and digital transformer of Absa Mauritius, Sandeep Mohapatra, our head of digital transformation. The Iron Man behind our security, our chief security officer, Kevin Sampat. Are you afraid of what I'm going to say now? Our legal eloquence and strategic clarity and leader in sustainability, Mr. Nathan Carr, who's our head of legal, our chief of staff, and our head of sustainability. So I made some reflection, and coming here since this morning, there was a lot to learn. And we're talking about innovation, and we're talking about ethics. So innovation is rewriting the rules of business, risks, and governance. And nowhere is this more evident than in banking. On the other side, ethics goes with banking and banking goes with ethics. Our priority is our customer, and we have no choice but to deliver a great customer experience. And in doing so, customers are expecting even more, regulators are watching, and our compliance costs are rising, leaving our digital transformers fewer space, fewer dimension to innovate. Technologies like AI, blockchain, and real-time analytics promise precision, speed, and scale. But they also raise a critical question. Are we reducing costs or are we shifting them? The second question is, in an attempt to deliver the best customer experience, we need to be very efficient as a bank. So in our pursuit of efficiency, are we even allowed to overlook the hidden cost of business complexity regulatory gaps, and ethical blind spots? And can compliance faced with algorithms that evolve faster than regulations? So today's panel isn't just about what's possible, but also about what we made possible. Having said that, it's also about what we do more responsibly. So let me start with exploring innovation and innovative technologies. Since morning I've been hearing, is it a friend or a foe in disguise? My question to you, Sandeep, is obviously, is it a friend or a foe? But in the context of banking, is it by intent, is it by governance, or is it by societal impact?
Thanks, Rishni, for that very deep question. I hope I'm audible. Okay. Technology has no moral character. People do, right? So technology, in a way, is a mirror. It's a reflection of intentionality. I take the example of a hammer. A hammer would do its job irrespective whether it lands on a wall to fix a nail or whether it lands on a head to break it. So it is intentionality about the use of the technology which really matters. And at Absa, we've never viewed technology as a shiny toy that whatever is a buzzword, let's go and adopt it. I will give you a very concrete example of how we stumbled on AI. So we asked ourselves a very fundamental question to say, why is banking difficult? Why do people need to take a ride, arrive at our branches, stand in long queues, dish out paperwork, waiting for a bank account to be opened? Why can't this change for better? So it started with a point of social inclusion. And then we said, by the way, here's AI which can help us in terms of KYC, liveness detection, through facial recognition, with a photograph. Here's AI which can help us extraction of documents in terms of OCR. Here's AI which can help open the account at a much faster pace than what a human can from any part of the world, breaking geographical barriers, breaking barriers of time, and that's so much more convenient. But to your point, the intentionality matters of how we safeguard our customers in that journey. So therefore, we went ahead, we spoke to governments, we spoke to regulators, we were the first ones to adopt CKYC in the banking industry, and today we are the only bank to have made this possible. So the question really is, are you using technology to expand access? Are you using technology to include the society? Are you doing it for the betterment while keeping the customer interest at its heart? And while we reduce cost of doing so, do we pass on some of that cost back to the society? So Absa DG account again is an account that's free of cost, that has zero balance, that has no monthly fees, no ATM charges, 300 plus stores where you get discounts. So the intentionality is to pass on that cost. Technology just happens to be the power.
Thank you, Sandeep. I'd like to move on to Nathan to comment on that.
Thanks, Yashini. Sorry to jump the gun, but I just saw an opportunity there. We heard from Prof. Rousseau earlier, and I think that's exactly what banks are trying to do, is to start from a point of why do we exist? How do we serve our customers? And how can you strategically create that sweet spot between lowering cost to serve, increasing convenience, trying to reduce adverse impact on society, but within a bigger circle of what could go wrong. And that links to very much the topic around the ethics and the governance piece is we've got to go into this, and we are going into this very much with our eyes wide open.
And maybe Nathan, if you can keep the mic. Tell us about whether the regulatory and the legal frameworks that we have, are they agile enough for us to deal with ethical dilemmas that arise in the banking industry?
In my opinion, the short answer is no. What we are seeing, and it's not just on technology and AI, it's in any real
change environment, we're seeing a lag between what private enterprises are trying to do and in fact are doing, and the regulators and the regulatory bodies trying to keep abreast of that. It's easy, it's such a distinct double-edged sword to talk about the upside to innovative technologies, and you'll hear it from banks, and certainly Absa embraces the upside around customer convenience and financial inclusion, and there is a very real driver for that. But alongside that, in a fragmented regulatory landscape, we're a Pan-African bank. And as you lower the barriers to entry for financial disruptors, those financial disruptors tend to focus on markets that are less mature, less stringent in terms of their regulatory environments. And that's where the risk is for customers, because the protection against unscrupulous lenders, for example, the maturity of the credit risk profiling of customers. Yes, on the upside, they're getting access to credit lines that they wouldn't have had. But what is that landscape in order to protect that relationship? That's what we've got to be looking for.
Thank you. And whilst you, I think very candidly said no, this is where I think we need to think about the ethical compass in innovation. And Sandeep, I'll turn to you. Maybe you can tell us, I know you dream, breathe of innovation, that's what you do. So tell me, how do you make sure that your pursuit of innovation remains very grounded when the pace of technological change is outstripping the regulatory and legal framework? So, and how do you bring that ethical leadership then into the banking world?
Thanks, Yoshini. And I think it immediately connects to what probably Professor Collins was saying a while back. So typically innovation happens in spaces where regulators haven't caught up. Right? Sorry. I'm told I'm very loud. So typically innovation happens in spaces where regulators haven't caught up. Right? So therefore, by definition, it can't be in an audit state. It can't be in a vulnerability and penetration assessment state. It can't be in a compliance state that you are catching the innovation. It has to be embedded in its very design. And again, going back to practicalities, right? Just maybe before that, right? One reflection I would want us all to make to say, as we go forward, or even today, we have to reflect to say how many decisions are we actually making, because the very decision making that we see around us is also pivoting. Right? So think of the infinite scrolls that we do on our reels. How much of it is your decision and how much of it is an algorithmic decision? Right? And it's creating bipolar worlds and and all those things. But coming back closer to regulation, how do you approach it, right? And again, we remain centered on the job to be done, which is how do we deliver value to our customers faster, better, cheaper. And I take the simple example of, for example, Absa DigiLoans, where our ambition was to say, in a fragmented regulatory environment, can we just give loans to people, or at least give them a provisional loan while they apply? Which means what? We're trying to do full credit underwriter's job. You're trying to do a full compliance officer's job. Look at income statement, make sense of it. Look at bank statements, conduct, 200 odd risk ratios. Look at credit bureau's report, make sense of it, and almost behave like a credit underwriter. And this is where I go back to what Professor Collins just said. He said, are you AI enabled? Are you trying to be AI first, or are you trying to be AI only? The path we chose was to be AI enabled. Have a human in the loop, because the regulatory environment hasn't caught up, because there is a risk of biases. How do you embed ethics in that mold? How do you maintain explainability, maintain transparency, maintain fairness in how you do credit assessment? So while AI would do most of the heavy lifting, or sometimes I say, take the robot out of the human, do the robotic work that human does, but allow the human judgment finally prevail and do.
So for the world, it's a world that's moving at a breakneck speed. And I think we just need to find that sentence where regulators won't have caught up, your governance guardrails won't have caught up, and you still hold a cultural moral compass.
Thank you, Sandeep. And I promise you at Absa, there's more than one human in that group. Coming to you, Kevin, I'm a customer in a bank. I will be unforgiving for anything that happens to my money, but I'll also be unforgiving for anything that you do with my data. It doesn't matter what innovation you're bringing, right? I will be unforgiving. So tell me, with innovative technologies, with the technology going that fast, cybersecurity threats is evolving. How do we then strike a balance between robust cybersecurity risk management and innovation? Because as Professor Dion said, we need to embrace innovation and AI and all that. So please, let me have your thoughts.
Thank you. So from my perspective, companies will have no choice but to embrace innovation, including AI, to remain in that ecosystem we have. So by embracing that new technology, it would be become more efficient, more cost effective, but also there's a big opportunity in terms of better customer service and outreach to customers. So when we talk about cybersecurity, there's two lenses of it. There's the internal lens. How do you ensure cybersecurity remain fit for purpose and adhere to all the global standards internally? So you have cybersecurity internally. And then you have what you face as cyber risk from external threat vectors. And there's two ways of looking at it, and there's two ways of handling those two lenses. So if you look at internally, companies need to have a strong governance framework in place. And that would include regulators, but more importantly, as we mentioned, regulators might be slightly late in terms of coming with regulations, but you have global standards, you have internal standards that you can rely on. And those internal standards will help you to ensure proper innovation and proper cybersecurity. So three very simple steps in doing it. First one is in terms of design. When you design any new innovative technology, you need to plan it well. And that goes with whether you're using the right technology, whether you're using the right vendors, whether that technology will adhere or merge into your existing IT infrastructure. You cannot just take one technology and it has to merge in your existing infrastructure. Then comes the other aspects in terms of your business continuity. What happens if tomorrow that system goes down? So how will I continue to provide business or service to our customers? So all these aspects needs to be taken care of at time of design of the technology. Then becomes your implementation. And then in that phase, you will have to ensure all your security aspects are looked at. So for example, your penetration testing to ensure that no one can hack into your system, your vulnerability management, the tests that you do, whether you're using your cloud infrastructure or on-premise. So all these has to be addressed. Then the third part, which Professor mentioned earlier, is the monitoring part. Especially, we've already implemented the system, but you need to monitor and ensure that the system is behaving as it was designed for. So it comes with, for example, if you're using an AI system, whether that AI is behaving the way you intended for that AI to behave. So that's from an internal perspective. And with that, one person alone, if I look at, for example, Sandeep's team, technology and digital, they alone cannot implement a technology solution. They will have to consult all the expertise that we have within the organization. Security, legal, compliance, regulatory, customer service, customer experience. So all those lenses needs to be looked at prior to implementing, and that will eventually result in the proper cyber risk assessment being done. So now if you look at the second part which I mentioned, which is from external, and this is where the risk is. And you mentioned usually if a customer comes to us and say, loss of information, loss of money. So cyber attacks happens for a few reasons, mainly. First one, financial gains. they will attack you to steal your money. Second thing, they will attack you, get access to the data. And thirdly, they will attack you just because harm that organization. So if we look at how do we manage this now, this is external. So how do we manage this as an organization? Again, the use of a proper framework needs to be put in place. So a couple of things that I can share with you that we're doing in Absa. The first thing that we did is we identified what are our assets that we have within the bank. Define that, we know exactly what are the assets. Once you know those assets, including your infrastructure and your data, once you know those assets, you put a framework in place to protect those assets. And this protection will mean on a day-to-day basis, you will monitor what is going in and out of those infrastructure. The third part, which is extremely important, is in case you have a cyber attack, how do you respond to it? So many companies, they don't have that, the respond part, because cyber attack will eventually happen, or there will be attempts of cyber attack. But how do you respond to that cyber attack? You need to have a response strategy in place. And eventually, you will need to have a recovery strategy in place. So in case there is an attack, how do you recover from that? And that comes with a framework. So once you have that framework in place and you've tested that framework, simulated that framework, you are good to go.
Thank you, Kevin.
Okay, please. You'd always imagine banking as putting coins in your piggy bank, but it almost sounds like a big empire. Sandeep, you talked about pursuit of innovation. Kevin, you talking about the security risk management. Let me come to you, Nathan, from a broader strategy perspective. This talks to me as the culture of responsible innovation. So, in your view, what is the role that corporate culture play in shaping responsible innovation? And then how can leaders in the banking sector cultivate that mindset?
Thanks, Yashini. Look, I think corporate culture and ethics transcend subject matter, right? So Absa is a commercial bank. We have a variety of different business units, whether we're talking retail banking, business banking, SME, corporate and investment banking, treasury markets. So you've got different segments that you serve, and your organizational culture needs to transcend whatever the subject matter is that you're doing in those. So AI, digital innovation, technology is no different in how important organizational culture is in terms of the how. So Absa, we can sit here and honestly and proudly say Absa is innovative, is trying to be innovative. There's an argument about whether we're doing that fast enough or on a broad-based scale enough, but the point is that you've got to create that environment that encourages innovation with the right balance of what the professors referred to earlier with the right guardrails. So, to answer your question, I think the culture of an organization is incredibly important in this topic, in this arena around innovative technologies, because that needs to shape the how, your approach, the mindset. Sandeep will share with you, and he won't go too deep in terms of tensions, healthy tensions that he has with other functions in the bank that sometimes have to put up the guardrail and say, hold on, we're not comfortable. You need to get us comfortable with what you're doing. And that is a healthy tension. It needs to be there. When that tension and those challenges aren't there, that's when I get particularly worried.
Thank you, Nathan. Yes, please, Sandeep.
So I think culture in the tech world is what I call the operating system. It's an operating system of an organization that prevails. Right? So when speed is rewarded at any cost, innovation becomes reckless. When governance is rewarded at any cost, innovation dies easily. Right? I think as leaders, particularly, finding that balance between governance and innovation becomes so critical. And this is where I call the zone of responsible experimentation. So what does that zone, by the way, mean? Like all things in life, it's great, right? But you have to strike the right balance of that great. To have the courage to innovate and the humility to know that you can't know everything. But go into a two-door strategy. What is a two-door strategy? You can open a door, it's not a dead end. You can pivot from there, should it not be the right door for you. Second is, have the wisdom to govern well. We all agree, we live in a world where governance can never really catch up. There is no rule book for you to follow to say how is the world changing, because the real challenge today is not is the rate of change exponential, but the impact and the influence of that change is also influential. Right? So I recently stumbled on a word called, instead of VUCA, we're now living in a Bani world. So I was curious, and it says it's brittle, anxious, it's non-linear, and it's incomprehensible. Anything that is incomprehensible for you to actually determine, by definition, putting a rule book to it, the fallacy, right? You can never really do it. So then what do you really go back to? You go back to the wisdom to govern, you go back to the courage to innovate, but most importantly, you go back to the empathy for your customers, the empathy for your colleagues. And I think if we can strike the balance between all three of them, you've got something meaningful as a culture. Got something where you can responsibly innovate, experiment, and have two goals.
And let me
Professor Colin, I think this mic is remembering what it did to you. And it's doing that to me. Let me ask you a question here, and we're talking practically. How do you then embed ethics in your design and deployment of technology in the bank at the onset?
Let me give you a very good example. Actually, this will make it very tangible, right? So again, I will not start with technology first, a shiny toy first. Whether it is emerging tech or any tech, tech is here to orchestrate a customer's real need. So we went around Mauritius and we saw our digital payments. And we see a Dalpuri guy, a street food seller, has no ability to take it at all. Only the big supermarkets run their shops digitally, partially. Loyalty programs are not fancy things, right? And he said, okay, why don't you take it? So I went around personally speaking to at least 50, 60 industries of all sizes, businesses of all sizes. And they gave you very interesting answers. They said, we can't afford an ERP. We can't afford a loyalty program. We can't afford multiple payment systems. Cards are very expensive. We can't afford your cost rentals. We don't know what happens in our businesses. We can't reconcile. I don't have a CFO. I don't have a board. So for me, running a business digitally is painful, is expensive. And therefore, what does it do? It actually limits the growth for SMEs. So the real societal question was to say, how can you empower this fruit seller to be at par with a supermarket? So it's a societal cause, but it's an ethical question, right? To say, as banks, how do you make them successful? So we said, okay, what if his smartphone could become his go-to analytics, his all things payments, his way to give access rights, to loyalty management, to ERP, so that this fruit seller, this Dalpuri guy can compete with him. So, as much as you do it in your design, I think intentionality, right? Tool comes next, intentionality comes next. So intentionality is to say, I want to solve this problem differently. Technology will find a way to orchestrate that problem, to solve that problem. But if you go with a tool-first approach, I want to do all things AI because it's a shiny new toy, I think you've got the wrong end of this. Right? So,
Nathan, you want to add? Sorry.
I just wanted to give, Sandeep, I just wanted to give you the floor to give the audience an idea of what the solution was. and maybe talk a little bit about that, because that's the cherry on top.
So what we did was we went ahead with all these problems, right? And me and my team, we would come back with the customer's problem and we would write it on a whiteboard to say problems to be solved. So we said, what if there was an app which the businesses could onboard digitally, go in there, collect a QR payment, and whether it is a national MOCAS QR payment, an international tourist QR payment, straight from their smartphone, tap and pay cards on their phone, to actually make a payment, tap on glass. Send remote payment links. So for example, if I'm a restaurant, I'm taking a pizza order, I could send a remote payment link to anybody, and then record all their credit and cash transactions straight out of smartphone. What if that smartphone could also give you 360-degree analytics to say, during this time to this time, your shop sales actually falls down. Why don't you consider putting an offer out? What if it could also take loyalty? And we took all of those what ifs and we powered it in a smartphone app. It was difficult, it was tiring, it turned half of my head grey and the remaining fell off, obviously, but it did something unique. Right? So, and this is called Spark Business by Absa. So it's a fairly new proposition from Absa. We've done a beta test. We run now 600 odd merchants across Mauritius and we just straight out of Spark.
And that's great. And we speaks to digital inclusion. So I'll turn to Nathan. Usually when people are going to the bank, the first question they ask is this bank for me? You know, they don't just enter the bank and say, I am going to bank with this bank. They look at the bank and say, is this bank for me? So I'm talking about, and from a digital lens, the digital inclusion versus the digital divide. So I'd like you to tell me, how do we balance this innovation, ensuring that despite innovating, we remain a bank for all?
Pass the parcel. Absolutely. I mean, it's a great question. You know, Absa has been around on this island for more than 100 years, previously under a different guise. And the question is absolutely spot on. So Absa has, like other long-standing commercial banks, we bank a cross-section of people and organizations with different backgrounds, different sizes. And it's very important that, again, coming back to ethics and strategy and culture, is what are we trying to do? So yes, on the one hand, we're trying to innovate, we're trying to be progressive, to bring more convenience to bank customers, to be more efficient, to reduce costs, let's be honest. But what segments that you already bank is that fertile for versus those that aren't? I remember several years ago, Kevin will remember, probably more than 11 or 12 years ago, internet banking, online banking was still relatively new in the Seychelles. We have a bank in Absa Bank Seychelles. And Absa Seychelles was a laggard in terms of customer uptake for internet banking. So on one of my trips, I met with the MD and I said, well, why is this? You know, Absa's taking off in Zambia and Kenya. Our customers that are now choosing internet banking over standing in a queue in a branch is going through the roof, but in Seychelles, it's really low. And he said, come to the branch, come, let's go and walk. And we went down to the branch and this queue was out the door. I don't know, 50, 60 people out the door, sweltering heat. And we started talking to customers and just politely inquired, do you know, what are you here to do today? No, we're here to make a payment or do a transfer or simple banking, simple transactional banking. We said, well, you do know that you can do it online, you can do it on internet banking. They said, no, we know that, but Mary's the cashier and she's my daughter's friend and I like to catch up with her every Wednesday at the branch when I do my banking. And, you know, these are the things. Banks like Absa, we have a broad section of customers, and the reality is that whether it's Gen Z, Gen X, baby boomers, you know, the pace at which you introduce change, the pace at which you introduce technology, is the take-up and the attraction of that is going to vary according to different demographics of your customer base. And that's the reality. Is that a problem? No, but it must inform and is informing how we're going about it. Sandeep, I think it's fair to say that, so it's not a light switch moment. We do have traditional banking methods. It's a blended opportunities. How do we continue to be innovative whilst serve the cross-section of customers that we have?
Just very quickly. I heard somebody talk about sustainability and that kind of stuck with me. So they said if sustainability is another word for CSR charity, it will only go on for so long and it will only become so much of a priority for you. But if true sustainability is, can sustainability become your competitive advantage? Commercial. End of day, we should not shy away from saying we are answerable to our shareholders. We are a commercial entity. As much as financial inclusion is my aspiration, if it comes in my way of commerciality, I will not be able to do that job very well, isn't it? It will remain a CSR. And to CSR, we go 2%, right, typically, as an organization. So how do I make this fundamental to my commerciality then? That's the right question. If you ask that question, you say, okay, what comes in my way of cost to serving the customer? Then you start asking different questions, right? You say, okay, somebody going to a branch, whether he's applied for a 100,000 rupee loan or a 10 million loan, all things remaining equal, my cost to process that loan is my cost to process that loan, isn't it? So I would need to up my charges, improve my benchmarks so that I remain commercially viable in that transaction. But what if you can flip that question to say, what if we did not require so many handouts? What if that cost of underwriting could come down? What if it can be accessed digitally? Then you are flipping the question and putting it around in a way that it then becomes more inclusive. You can lower your cost to serve, you can pass it on, you can do it digitally, you don't need a bunch of paperwork, you don't need long queues at branches. And I, as a technologist, fundamentally believe as complex as technology grows, it will become more and more intuitive for the end user, more and more intuitive. Just as we show our face to our iPhones every day and just smile at us and open up. Technology is complex behind it, but for the user, it's intuitive. So I think there is this marriage where we have to marriage convenience, inclusion, security, digital, all layered together to deliver the experience and to widen our reach. And we have the moral responsibility, financial institutions, to have a more inclusive.
Kevin?
So I just wanted to mention the other side of the coin. So when we talk about digital inclusion, it comes with its own share of additional responsibilities as a corporate. So what happens is that you're giving more accessibility to the customer, to the phone, to the mobile app. So instead of the threat vector, the hacker attacking the bank now, he will attack the customer because he has the bank in his hands. So with that, what I'm saying is that there is an additional corporate responsibility that needs to be embedded as part of the process. So when we are giving that additional digital inclusion to that customer, it comes with the whole set of governance and security. Because now the attack will go to the customer and not to the bank. And this is what we've been seeing the last 5 years. And within Absa, there's a lot of focus ensuring whatever we give to customers is safe and secure.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you one more question and then I'll turn to the audience to please check and challenge us. I would say that's our banking genre.
Should be, yes.
I understand now what was happening at the beach. Listening to Elon Musk, not that I'm a fan, but he said something like, he didn't say in a couple of years, he says, as time evolves, the one who will keep their job is going to be the one who knows how to do something with their hands. So my question to you, Absa people, is banking going to stay? And are you going to retain your job?
It's a very fundamental question, and I think I don't claim to have a crystal ball, but as technologists, you typically look at the future more often. Historically, if I look at it, most services have the tendency to tend to zero. You look at music industry, you look at films, you look at in most services. Banking as a service has remained for thousands of years. But banking as we know it is fundamentally shifting. Money as we know it is fundamentally shifting. And all technologies, whether it is quantum, whether it is AI, whether it is blockchain, accelerating that change at a very, very rapid scale. So now, one thing is knowing, the other thing is doing, right? And this is where I think, as leaders, as the world pivots, our greatest fallacy would be not to look at it with opportunity without, again, removing the lens of ethics, of governance, of regulation. And I think this is the spot we are in, right? I'm reminded of the 1900 snapshot of the New York street where they were all postcards and Ford had just introduced their car, right? There was one Ford and the caption read, "Spot the car." 13 years after, the same street view was taken and the quote was, "Spot the horse." Right? And today, in another 2-3 years, we could say, "Spot the driver." There would be none. Right? So that's just the nature of the world we live in. I think extremely exponential, extremely progressive, provokes us to think differently, act differently, and more responsibly.
So banking is
Here to stay, you will stay as well.
Banking will stay one way or another. Money will probably change shape. Bankers as we know it will probably change shape. Bank as we know it will probably change. But banking will exist.
Thank you, Sandeep. Kevin?
You're speaking about banking. So with banking, I will speak more about my world in terms of cybersecurity, information security. So what we have seen is a major shift in the last 5 years. And what things that we were unable to do 5 years, we are now doing it. We are not even doing it, the body is doing it for us. So 5 years back, we were struggling. How do we monitor the dark web, where all those, credit cards information, credentials are being published, and the dark web is we can't define dark web. So it's everywhere. Today, our tools are scanning those dark webs, and they are giving us insights, and we take decisions. So when I look at banking and how do we protect our customers when they are doing banking, today technology has immensely helped us in ensuring security of our customers, security of our systems. So if I reply back to your question, Yoshimi, banking definitely is here to stay, but in a different way. And in my world of cybersecurity, there's more and more use of technology, of innovative technology, to try to see how we can jump the curve and try to protect those customers better way.
So I'm just tempted to ask you, will you be employing the bots or the bots will be employing you in your world?
The funny thing, last week I was reading one article. So there was one company that put bots in their contact center that replies to customers. And one hacker developed a bot to talk to the other bot. So it was a hacker bot talking to the company bot. And they were exchanging conversation. And at the end of the day, or at the end of the conversation, it's the hacker bot that got the best out of the company bot. So what I'm saying by this is that in tomorrow's world, there will be bots talking to bots, bots attacking bots, bots, protecting from bots. But at the end of the day, you will need to be here to ensure that those bots remain relevant and fit for purpose. So definitely, our role will still exist, but in the cybersecurity world, it's so evolving that it's difficult to keep up to date. But you continuously update yourself, you continuously network, you continuously look at your threat intelligence that we have across the globe, and continuously learn from that. So cybersecurity, dynamic, you can't stay where you are, it continues to evolve, and technology with it.
Thank you, Kevin. Nathan, bank is here to stay, and are you going to stay or not?
Yeah, I mean, I think I agree with Sandeep and Kevin. I think, the banks and bankers that embrace change and unlearn to relearn have a chance. But just as an insurance policy, I have a confession. I have started brewing beer in my garage, just as a small brewery. So, you've got to hit your bets. But,
Is that AI enabled?
No, it's a very boutique home brew. But even there, that's my role as brewmaster might be under threat. But I think there's so much disruption, there's so much opportunity. But I think Kevin's role's fine. Probably the roles that are most at risk, Yashini, is you as head of compliance and me as legal. But I think these two gentlemen are absolutely fine. Maybe we need to...
I refuse to accept that I will be put out of the market. I think judgment
is something that we bring, and
I think judgment is something that we bring, and I would want to continue thinking that the value that a human being brings, for sure, AI or a robot or innovative technologies can get there, but I think what we haven't done enough is we haven't studied our own manual as human beings and the potential we have to even do more. I think it's the reliance that we place a lot on those technologies. They're definitely a friend, but the over-reliance may make them a foe. And I think this is where, I would want to believe that I will still be hot and happening in the markets. I would like to, I just wanted to open up for one or two questions from the audience. We were crystal clear. Oh, yes, gentlemen, please. Ce sera en français.
Ouais, ça va. Je m'aventure sur un terrain que je ne maîtrise pas, mais que j'observe aussi de près. Avec effectivement les nouvelles technologies et l'introduction de ces applications dans le système bancaire, on a constaté, en Belgique, là aujourd'hui, aux Pays-Bas, on pensait que tout le monde pouvait utiliser ces applications. Alors, la première chose qui s'est effectuée, c'est qu'on a diminué le nombre de distributeurs de monnaie. Et à un moment donné, très récemment, on se rend compte qu'on doit encore installer ces distributeurs de monnaie. Parce qu'il y a des gens, il y a des gens qui avancent en âge, qui n'ont plus cette habilité d'appliquer ça, d'utiliser ça. Ça, c'est un aspect de comprendre qu'on vieillit, on grandit, qu'on ne peut pas continuer à être à jour avec les applications. Deuxième aspect, c'est l'aspect de diminution, effectivement, des coûts, mais qui porte aussi sur le personnel, la diminution du personnel. Et là, en tant que professionnel d'accompagnement psychologique, j'accompagne beaucoup de travailleurs qui se retrouvent en détresse psychologique à cause, effectivement, des avancées plus rapides que eux et que certains se trouvent un peu, se considèrent moins efficaces, mais aussi que l'employeur est considéré moins compétent. Là, la question que je me pose, c'est la réconciliation entre l'humanisme et effectivement le cartésien. Merci.
All right, I'll translate. Thank you so much. Merci pour votre réflexion et pour votre question. So I think from the gentleman's view, and I'll keep the two questions and the two statements. So one is, as we age, how do we then keep up to date with all these applications? Because before you had the ATM, go to the ATM. So it was far more easy to just go to the ATMs and get whatever you need to do, as opposed to now all the applications that we are mentioning. The second one is from a psychology perspective, employees are now feeling more distressed due to the innovation and also being less valued that we just touched base upon. So his question was around the reconciliation between humanity and the Cartesian approach. So open to the floor. Deva, you would like to take this, and then Sandeep?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your question. I'll take the second one, if that's okay. Well, we can tag team, right? So, look, let's be honest. Absa is excited and on a AI enabling journey, right? And one of the many drivers for that is the reduction of cost. And immediately there's a link to people. And so this presents an ethical dilemma. Absa is proudly the employer of over 1,000 people in Mauritius, for example. And you know, there is a very clear understanding of the potential for anxiety amongst our colleagues around AI. And management are aware of this, board is aware of this, and I think there is a developing engagement with colleagues around how do we work with our colleagues to keep them engaged in this and to invest in their skills that are going to make them future fit, right? And that I can say categorically is happening. So you can look in our integrated annual reports in terms of the amount that we invest in terms of learning and development for colleagues internally around how do we reskill colleagues. I don't think in the short term, and Sandeep will be able to build on my response, but I don't think we're seeing any real threat to jobs in the short term. But it is a genuine concern. As the narrative around AI and reducing human intervention, it's logical that colleagues and employees will start to feel very unsettled. And I think it's important, and maybe that's something we should be better at, in all honesty. But there is, at Absa Mauritius, there is an understanding of how colleagues feeling this, how colleagues experiencing this, what is the uncertainty, and how do we bring that into our investment in our colleagues to learn new skills to be part of the AI-enabled environment?
If you can just quickly bounce and absolute great points, just to draw parallel, right? We as humans don't compete today running with a Ferrari. It just seems stupid, isn't it, to do it? Why don't we? Because physicality as a quotient, as a human quotient, was before Industrial Revolution. The mighty, the strength, guy with the highest strength, with the most number of people used to rule the world. With Industrial Revolution, that skill changed and the physicality quotient was out. People with the sharpest brains survived. Universities were built to own that skill, to say, how can we own a skill to a degree that this person becomes successful? So lawyers, compliance science, digital transformers, cybersecurity guys emerged as university. Now with AI, that unique skill is falling away. right? At a very fundamental level, if we get this, so what will now emerge beyond IQ? In my head, it is AQ, agility quotient, adaptability quotient. If you're not adaptable, if you can't think multilaterally, you will lose value. It's just how the way the world works, right? So we can either be worried about or we can do something about it. And that's an argument to do something about it. So I'll stop there. The first answer is linked to the second answer, therefore. As humans, if you understand that too many apps are actually destructive in nature, so what is the competitive advantage in the age of AI? It is to be empathetic. It is to build an interface that people love. Actually, it is to be invisible. The role of banking is to be invisible. Banking is not a place to be. Banking is the thing to do. So it's transferring money. It's basically growing your money. It's protecting you. It is not a thing to do. It's just the way you do it. So banks will become invisible. And that is where probably the world is going. So I hope it answers.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, I can see Brian slowly coming towards, he's moving towards, yes.
So very quickly, we have a tendency to believe that maybe elderly people might not be using technology. So that's a perception we have. So we've done some stats within Absa. I can tell you the stats were very revealing. We discovered that many elderly people are using our app. And even as Sandeep mentioned, the UI, the interface, it's so simple that they are using it. So that perception might not be the right perception because elderly people do use technology.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, everybody in the room here. So just to close off, we discussed about technology being a friend or a foe. I think there was mixed debate about it. As much as it is a friend, you need to make sure that you have the guardrails necessary not to make it a foe. We discussed about where regulatory and legal framework are not ready yet. How do you embed your own ethical compass in innovation? From there, we talked about the strategies that one needs to have and the importance that the culture plays in an organization. And we discussed also was looking at culture. Are we looking at digital inclusion versus digital divide? And then coming from the societal impact is asking the gentlemen whether they are here to stay. They said, yes, we are here to stay. Absa has been here for 100 years. And we wish we will be here for more than 100 years going forward. So thank you so much, Nathan, Kevin, and Sandeep. Please give them a big round of applause.
There was so many words of wisdom that came out of that presentation. So thank you very much for sharing, I think, a bit of Absa soul this afternoon. And you know, one of the things that came through for me was that they focus on customer centricity. While noting that there's this paradox with innovative technologies creating a risk, but innovative technologies can actually address that risk to some extent. Thank you so much to you and your team.
Thank you.
So another hand, that was okay, so as I say, you're welcome to chop and change between rooms if you want to go to other presentations. But if I can please call Dr. Karen now and Prof. Nademans to come to the front for their presentation, and we're just going to put the PowerPoint on. You can do it. Yeah.
Can you just, I think we just do it like this. Is it this one?
beginning. Imagine this changing with these or with
Genau in der.
Internet is on. All right. Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, maybe it's easier to talk on that one.
Yeah. Right, thank you, Brian. I am Dr. Coronel from Stellenbosch University, and today I will be presenting a part of my PhD research with my supervisors, Prof. Erasmus, and then Prof. Nadia Manskem, that is in the audience. So this study is entitled Linking Institutional Investment Decisions to Sustainable Development, a Conceptual Framework. So asset managers has a prominent role that they need to play in sustainable development. Sustainability criteria has become vital in investment decisions, and asset managers has the unique opportunity to contribute to sustainable investment because they are the agents that make the day-to-day decision-making for their clients and also do investment analysis. So asset managers therefore has this unique influence through the capital allocation to their investee companies and also the voting power that they have over their investing companies. But asset managers in a developing versus a developed context has different challenges. So in emerging markets, they especially experience social issues such as unemployment and severe poverty. So therefore, we need to look at unique solutions by accounting for country and also company specific contexts when making sustainable investment decisions. So we know that sustainable investment is when financial and non-financial factors are incorporated in the investment decision-making process. So there are several factors that influence this complex decisions that asset managers need to make. It's not just about risk and return anymore, but things like ethical concerns also comes into play. Previous researchers have found mixed evidence linking sustainability considerations to institutional investment decisions. So some studies have found that social and environmental practices add value to companies over the long term, and therefore it attracts institutional investors' attention. This was found in the US by Cox and Wicks, and also in the UK by Khan et al. So globally, asset managers are also encouraged to make sustainable investments by codes and different regulations. Yet there are some authors that are skeptical about this and challenge the narrative that there is a business case for responsible investing, despite the increased scrutiny of environmental, social, and governance behavior that we are seeing. So asset managers also face many challenges as they are making these decisions. Although there are a good link, they need to look at these challenges and gauge them as they're making their investment decisions. In Ivanova 2017, for example, found that client demand was not high in the UK amongst institutional investors to make their investment decisions, and Fan et al. In 2022 found that institutional investors in Australia and Japan was challenged by inconsistent disclosure of sustainability concerns. So looking at the South African context, as I mentioned, the developing versus developed markets have different challenges. So in South Africa, we're challenged with severe social concerns, including high inequality, poverty, and also unemployment. We have some local frameworks that can guide institutional investors, like Regulation 28 of the Pension Funds Act, and also the Code for Responsible Investing in South Africa, or CRISA, as we call it. And although several previous researchers have explored responsible investments, we need to understand how South African asset managers are integrating ESG, navigating the challenges, and leveraging opportunities, especially because we have revisions on regulation. We also have the implementation of sustainable development goals now, and of course, social ills are unfortunately increasing in the country. So this study then aimed to provide a framework for institutional investors to link sustainability to their investment decisions.
And this was done by collecting qualitative data. Conducted semi-structured interviews with 26 local asset managers in South Africa. They ranged from very small asset managers, less than 50 billion rand in their assets under management, to very large asset managers, which had larger assets under management, larger than 300 billion. So it also ranged from different expertise. On average, they had 9 to 28 years of experience. And yeah, they also fulfilled different roles in the asset management companies. So this was done through purposive and snowball sampling. And then I conducted thematic analysis by looking at themes and sub-themes to help formulate this framework. And this was done with the program atlas.ti. Of course, we needed to look at the criteria for trustworthiness of the data. So I used Lincoln and Guba's trustworthiness criteria, which look at the credibility, dependability, transferability, and confirmability of the data. And this thing helped me to formulate this framework for institutional investors that consists of 4 parts. So I'll start off by looking at the drivers. What drives institutional investors in South Africa to invest sustainably? What are the integration methods that they use? Then also the challenges that they experience, so that all of this can lead us to what is the recommendations, what needs to be done. So the first finding is the drivers of sustainable investment. Previously, asset managers only approached investments through financial lens, but now they're also integrating material sustainability factors, and mainly they do this for risk mitigation. They look at industry-specific material risks concerning environmental and social issues that, of course, varies by sector. So prior research also support this trend that institutional investors look at industry-specific material risks for risk mitigation, but this, of course, raises the concern about whether sustainability goals can then be achieved when some of the non-material or costly issues in the space are neglected. Of course, regulatory frameworks is also a driver of sustainable investment. We have the South African Regulation 28 of the Pension Fund, and that has prompted more sustainable investments by institutional investors. But the participants commented that they would welcome more refined regulation, and we also heard this from the panelists today, to foster this integrated thinking of how to make investment decisions through a sustainable lens. One of the participants said that continued regulatory developments will probably encourage this further entrenchment. So asset managers lastly acknowledge what drives them is that they acknowledge that they have a shared value and responsibility to foster sustainable development. They need to play their role in society, and this can be done by them through responsible capital allocation. The next part of the framework is the ESG integration strategies that the investors use. So all of them indicated that they do not use an exclusionary strategy. They do not exclude companies based on low ESG scores, for example. They rather engage directly with their investee companies to address sustainability issues with them. But many private and small companies also lack ESG detailed reporting, and therefore they have to engage with those companies to get the information that's needed to make sustainable investments. The smaller managers have said also that engagement on social issues increased because they don't have the resources to hire an ESG specialist or establish dedicated department because of funds that will have to be directed that way. So they also engage with the companies. Then the investment challenges that institutional investors face. Firstly is insufficient disclosure of sustainability performance. And this is where the ethical concern of transparency comes in when this type of data is self-reported or it's unaudited or inconsistent. One of the participants says about 25 to 30 companies, maybe 40 companies disclose this data. And this person specifically referred to social data that's for some companies just non-existent. So there's limited comparability and reliability of these disclosures, and this hinder institutional investors to make an assessment of a company. There's also limited education among fund managers. So like I said, for example, some of the smaller fund managers don't have an ESG dedicated department, and they also don't have literacy on ESG. So that reduces integration into investment decision making. And then lastly, the availability of sustainable investment opportunities in South Africa. It's a relative small equity market that can constrain investable ESG options. Therefore, we need to look at different ways to make sustainable investments. But this person said that in South Africa, there's not many listed companies where you can make, social impact. That's the reality. It's not a market where it offers you a lot of opportunity to make social impact from a listed equity perspective. So there is the model. We looked at the drivers of sustainable investment. Mostly institutional investors are driven by this risk mitigation, by regulatory pressure, and also acknowledging that they have a joint responsibility for sustainable investment. Then they prefer engagement for ESG integration, but there are some challenges that they face, like insufficient disclosure, the level of fund managers' education, and the availability of sustainable investment opportunities. So these three parts of the framework leads us to the policy and practice recommendations. So the first one, and we heard this today, educate, educate, educate. We need to educate fund managers by promoting ESG literacy. We have ASISA in South Africa, Association for Savings and Investment South Africa, that offers workshops specifically on this topic, but in-house training, of course, is also very important. The investors also need to be trained on the regulatory requirements, or rather codes, such as CRISA, and also the IFRS 1 and 2 that is now released for more complete, more transparent disclosure. I must just say the IFRS 1 and 2 standards were not released at the time that I conducted the interviews. So then standardized disclosure, we saw that that is a big challenge for the investors. So the JSE has released their sustainability disclosure guidelines, and the investors, the institutional investors, commented that that is a step in the right direction to have more standardized disclosure. And then something that they really want is benchmark for social considerations, as this is not really reported on efficiently, and they have nothing to compare it with, whether a company is doing well or not. And then lastly, country-specific issues needs to be incorporated in ESG disclosure and also ESG rating agencies. For example, the broad-based Black empowerment, economic empowerment must be incorporated in the ESG scores of companies. And to address that ethical concern of how the ESG scores is calculated, for example, they need to enhance transparency in what is the methodology of how ESG ratings are conducted. The study made a theoretical, managerial, and policy contribution, first by adding more emerging market research in this very important sustainable investment debate. The framework can also guide investors, policymakers, and regulators. And lastly, the policy contribution is that the study supports sustainable finance regulation in South Africa. Of course, with every study, there is some limitations, but that can lead us to future research. So limitation here was the limited number of asset managers that was interviewed. Potential interviewer bias could also creep in with qualitative data, and then unfortunately the findings is not generalizable to all other developing countries. Therefore, a larger sample of asset managers operating in various emerging markets such as Brazil, China, even Mauritius can be explored by future researchers. And then this was a qualitative study. So the next step would be to do a quantitative study in the form of a survey to conduct and to empirically test this conceptual framework. I would like to leave you with a concluding remark that despite the noticeable challenges that the asset managers experience in incorporating sustainability practices into their institutional investment decisions, they're still urged to take up their responsibility to jointly contribute to sustainable development, because collectively they can make a substantial contribution to sustainable value creation. Thank you and merci. You're more than welcome to make a comment or ask a question.
May I, if no one else is going to ask?
Someone else.
Okay, please go ahead. Yeah.
Well done. That's a very good paper.
Thank you.
A very good presentation. But there is one issue that you raised that you have to explain. You said it's small asset management companies, they lack detailed ESG report. And that may lead investors to contact, is it to contact investee company directly? So even though you said the funders are not generalizable, but I think it just explain why is it that they lack ESG report, which is, I think, it's part of the requirement for all companies in South Africa to make ESG report available.
So what I meant by that is that smaller companies don't report as broadly on all of the ESG aspects. So there are some of the information that's missing, and that is what they are experiencing. So then they don't get an overarch broad, view. And not all companies report on social data. Yeah.
It's not a general requirement, it's for big companies only.
Not necessarily, but this is what we're experiencing with small companies, the smaller companies that they are investing in. Nadia, do you want to add something?
I just want to add, it is mandatory for integrated reporting, but as Kara now says, you can have an approach in terms of, for instance, better water usage. But what did you do? Did you recycle water? Did you have water-wise systems implemented? So the moment they want more details, they have to engage with the company's representatives.
Yes, and that also makes the comparison difficult, especially for social, for the social aspects that they report on, because there's not this list of what you need to report on. So it's quite broad.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Some of the certificates for you and your co-authors.
Thank you.
And you know what really worries me? I mean, I like playing the stock market and I listen to business news, and so seldom when they release corporate results and that kind of thing, they talk about earnings per share, etc., and give you all the ratios. Yeah. ESG does not feature.
Yeah.
It's so seldom. So you almost need to change the culture of actually talking about it, making it a priority, not just the rands and cents.
Yes.
So thank you so much. That was an excellent presentation.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you.
Okay, so now if Dr. Kalida, you could come. You can either present, you can either present here or.
I'm quite happy with this one. This time a bit short, so I hope they see me. No. The last one, that's
one. Oh, sorry, you should make much.
Well, thank you so much. I hope you can see me. I know I'm pretty short behind the screen there, but as long as you can see me. I tried to prove a point and come on the side, so I did have less for lunch, so I squeezed through, but we are here today. There are some commonalities, and I'm happy to say proudly South African with this presentation. Our previous presenter was also from South Africa, and hers also led to a conceptual framework. Mine does as well, but just a different perspective per se. So on my end, just a welcome from me. Thank you for being here. Thank you for choosing my presentation over the other. My name is Dr. Khalida Akbar. I am the head of institutional research and the library services at Mopark Education. And today my stance is on a bit of a different topic from the program. Because of review, we found that the topic should be inclined towards artificial intelligence and the future of accountability at African institutions rather than having the contextual part in the title. So just a minor tweak.
when it comes to my presentation, I'm taking a stance as in looking at private higher and public higher education institutions in terms of where does accountability sit in terms of our African institutions. So I'm taking the stance in terms of whether you are an academic, operations staff, higher executive, or wherever you are placed in an organization or a higher education institution, and where does accountability come from? I see this mic is also playing a bit of games.
It's fine.
It's fine. Okay, cool. Okay, so AI in decision making. So when it comes to the actual operation stance, when we look at from an academic perspective or as well as the functions of processes or SOPs, artificial intelligence is becoming something that has to be embedded in decision structures now in African institutions. So it's not really trying to see whether it fits in or not, it's getting with the game or not. It's fitting it in and seeing how do we adapt to it, as our previous panel members spoke about, to say, are we necessarily using it for financial aspects, procurement, service delivery, and administrative monitoring? It's coming in from every department, every faculty, and every school. So it's looking at an urgent examination within this paper, to looking at where does accountability sit in terms of our ethics, in terms of making sure that there is definitely some sort of human engagement rather when we're looking at algorithm systems and all of the cybersecurity aspects that we spoke about. The next question I looked at is, who is accountable when AI influences or makes decisions in public domains? Who do we hold liable for this? We had the questions asked earlier, and that's where my question also came about in my paper, to say, we're saying that we're kind of in inverted commas forced to embed it into the decision making, into our SOPs. It proves that we necessarily taking into account a means of accountability, efficiency, transferability. But who is accountable when we don't just see the pretty side of it? And that's what I looked at here in terms of capacity, in terms of transparency, in terms of responsibility, in terms of all the systems and mechanisms we're taking and putting into place. Academically, we speak a lot about Turnitin and plagiarism and so forth, and we looked at it in many different perspectives to say, where's the accountability and why? But I'm taking it a step further to say, as an African institution, just like the other aspects we spoke about previously, are we cutting and pasting what's working internationally, or does it speak to our African institutions and the needs we have in terms of accountability of ethics? So my problem statement was looking at, as I mentioned, the mechanisms of accountability in terms of African governance. It's looking at where can we draw from? We're looking at the evolution of this being so strong and so quick. But where's the guideline and where's the track as to what really guides or mentors us as higher education? So I looked at existing legal documents, different institutions, and ethical guidelines to safeguard us in terms of algorithm decision making. And I also looked at the risk of becoming displaced rather than strengthened. Is that an option we have, and how would we necessarily adapt to that? So in Africa, I looked at the different contexts and conditions we have. We spoke previously this morning about the digital divide. We spoke about the accessibility. And then I looked at AI in terms of governance, in terms of uneven institutional capacity. Because when we look at our academics, we're very predominant to say we're looking at PhD and DBA qualifications, and that sits at different rankings, and then we have the masters. But what happens when you look at an entire institution and we say we want AI embedded for efficiency and accountability and embeddedness? So I looked at uneven institutional capacity in terms of dependencies on technologies, the costing of it as well, because a lot of these AI tools and mechanisms we want to embed into our learning management systems, into our tools that we are using for students. Let's just use, I'm picking up from my last presentation, Atlas TI. It's not the cheapest software to use. And hence I'm saying, is it something that Africa necessarily is getting into? We looked at the previous panel discussion where Prof mentioned resources, physical resources like water, for example. But I'm talking about, do we have the resources in African institutions to ethically embed AI into our organizations in terms of SOP? So these contextual limitations increase the complexity of How do we have accountability? We want to embed it, we say it's there, and then we don't have the funds maybe or the resources to necessarily drive accountability. So then what happens from an ethical perspective is what I really wanted to look at. So I looked at a framework that would eventually be developed in terms of debating on accountability and a global perspective. So it's not fully an African governance condition, because when I looked at the data that I found in terms of publications, there wasn't too much from an African context. So I just wanted to kind of say there must be accountability, but I think we need to stay away from saying it's a one-size-fits-all approach. What's necessarily working globally won't necessarily speak to African problems. So I looked at ethics and responsibility from technological governance in terms of those legislations, and how do we have mechanisms in terms of African institutions, realities, where are we in terms of accessibility and so forth. I looked at the deployment of African institution context in terms of, again, how do we implement legislation and ethical debates to make sure we have grounded accountability frameworks? What are the consequences of the actions? AI can be really good in it brings in transferability and accountability. It brings in efficiency maybe even. But when we have the downside of it, of the plagiarism, of the cheating of online tests, of the cutting corners and generating work, what then happens in terms of an African institution in this context? So my specific objectives was looking at accountability. Number one, what is the existing gaps? Because when I looked at Africa, yes, there were some legislations, there were ones or twos that could actually be tweaked or linked towards what I really wanted to say, but I would use it as motivation to create a discussion rather than say it's an existing framework, an existing policy. So there are gaps that looked at existing legal governance and ethical frameworks that spoke to how do African institutions embed AI into it. I looked at accountability frameworks, which is on two aspects. What are the realities and what are the ethical traditions that we need to look at? We're very different as Africa. So my research design was very desktop. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time or liberty to do some data collection, but I looked at desktop reviews based on existing data, existing publications and policies in order to derive my study. It was a delimitation of between 2020 and 2025. We know AI stems well before that, but I couldn't find much current information for Africa, unfortunately, in this regard. So I just wanted to use a bit of literature from the last 5 years to say, how can we necessarily drive the scope into a broader global context and also look at historical debates with some information that I have. I did find some legal ambiguity, so it was very hard to pinpoint. It was very hard to find out and say, this is exactly what the issue is, or if we have a scenario like this, this is the kind of guiding existing document that we have in place. I also went a step further to say, let's just look at some case studies maybe. Are there scenarios that have been created by African institutions around AI and accountability? And I didn't find much. It was quite ambiguous. It was quite general with the information I found. And then I looked at institutional capacity gaps in terms of technical expertise, in terms of training and development, in terms of maintaining what we have. It's also a cost and a training aspect to bring it in. But like Prof mentioned, every time there's an update, are we training our staff? Are we training our academics to necessarily adapt to this? If there's a cost change, for example, and we were using, let's just say again, we were using Atlas-TI and now I'm saying let's switch to SPSS. Two different methods, I know, but I'm saying the costing was different. What do we then do in terms of capacity gaps? So yes, it's creating efficiency and effectiveness, but in an African institution, it's also creating a great incline towards some capacity gaps that we're not looking forward to, and we're not saying, how do I identify this and how do I meaningfully interrogate outputs, and accountability is necessarily something that's consistently practiced. I then brought in the aspect of Ubuntu, and I said Ubuntu is something that's really relevant in this regard. It's relevant to Africa, it's relevant to South Africa. It introduces a means of ethical foundation where we can build accountability by placing responsibility to others. So we drive by saying that fairness and impact social cohesion as well as accountability needs to become an obligation, because we want to push the aspect of community engagement as well as communities and understandings. So if you basically implement Ubuntu and becoming ethically sound to communities and to those who use it, it's a guiding or mentorship document that we can say builds in ethical leadership and ethical use of AI, because you can't stop AI, you can't consistently train people how to use AI, but we can embed the values of Ubuntu into them to say that we want to be ethical in all the new aspects that we're using and why we're using it. So accountability is just not identified as a blame game, because very often we say, I'm going to hold you accountable because you've done something wrong. But it's also looking at trust. It's looking at the positivity of social fabric. It's looking at transparency. It's looking at automated decisions. It's making life easier. It's making it better, faster. It's helping us to a great extent, but it comes with a great level of responsibility. And Ubuntu necessarily is the drive behind that, in my understanding. The framework I looked at developed kind of 5 aspects. So it was 5 pillars of accountability that would help AI in African institutions, which is 1, looking at governance and institutional capacity. Do we have what we need to drive this, and how can we necessarily work around it? Looking at the legal and regulatory foundations, I think since AI came about, everybody started misusing POPIA so much in South Africa. We kind of assumed it was a new policy. Policies speak to AI and what policy speaks to higher education in Africa is what we need to really filter out, and then use that as guiding documents to develop more policies. I have engaged with quite a few colleagues in different institutions, and the hot topic is, do you have a committee for AI at your institution? What is your policy and how are you handling this? But I think the commonality is boiling down to governance and boiling down to the legislation that exists, and how do we drive from there for consistency. Is there ethical grounding? Is there a go-to point? Is there a maintaining point that ensures Ubuntu and ensures consistency? Is what I'd like to bring out in the framework, and ensuring that there's transparency. And I'm going back to my Turnitin examples or AI examples. So if you're looking at similarity, previously we'd say to students, if you're using Turnitin, the moment there's a high score, we're not accepting it. But now we're going back to the ethical grounding to say, you may be using Grammarly or a language editing tool. There's 11 official languages, and English may just not be your first language. But it's an AI tool and it's picking up similarity. But we need ethical grounding that we build into our systems and SOPs that ensures that students are necessarily ethical and using AI in the most efficient way while they're doing their studies. It's also looking at transparency. So it's not used as a quick fix, as in we're using AI to just solve tomorrow's problems today and tick the box. But it's looking at how transparent we are in those decision-making processes, how much of effort we are taking in terms of technical safeguards, in terms of safety regulations, cybersecurity, privacy, and what we necessarily like to get out. It's looking at the relationship between accountability and participation. So who is accountable and what part do they take in terms of that participation? What do they necessarily do? From a research perspective, if there's a paper, is each co-author necessarily accountable, signing that declaration? When we look at students submitting work, we have declarations in terms of the context of work they're submitting and why. But what are we necessarily doing as an entire institution for our different departments? Are we declaring AI when we're sending in our reports to committees in terms of what our departments did? Is it necessarily helping us or not? And I'm looking at what is participation in terms of a definition within this, and how do we relate it to accountability for a positive as well as a reflective and a negative aspect as well. How do you apply it? I'm just going slightly faster because of time, and then we'll have some questions. Is how the framework really advances accountability by capacity building and system adoption, clarifying liability pathways, which pathways affect certain scenarios. ethical oversight, how do we embed it? And then also our algorithmic transparency. What are we necessarily sharing with the institution as a whole? Are some rules bendable for certain departments and some the other? Are we consistent as an entire institution as to how we're doing this? And including communities in terms of communities of practice, in terms of the sustainable aspects for our different community engagement aspects. So it helps in terms of governance, whether or not we're being realistic as an institution. It's different for each institution and their needs, but overall, are we safeguarding ourselves for responsibility and public trust? When I asked the question initially, who is held accountable and who is responsible for the decision making? So in conclusion, AI is not to strengthen accountability rather, unless it's intended to necessarily through governance. So it's really training our kind of staff or methods of how best we can have this guiding document. And it's also looking at policy. When asked in a brief discussion of what I think AI should be and how it should be implemented in African institutions, I said it's like driving a car. If you give someone a car without a driving license, they would definitely break the rules of the road. But if you give them a learner's license and a driver's license, they still may not be as ethical as they should, but they know what they're doing is right or wrong, and they'll follow a pathway on how to do it. So that's from me in a quick nutshell. Thank you so much, and we're ready for some questions.
Anyone with questions? Okay, there we go. Just give me a second. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation. Just one or two questions from your presentation. I'm thinking about the concept of accountability. So what kind of accountability are we looking at? Is it financial accountability, moral accountability, or ethical accountability? Or you have the thematic areas within which you try to zero on? I would deeply appreciate that if you can throw some light on that. Then the second question would be, isn't it possible to have like a schematic representation of this, framework, which would speak to the various dimensions that you have explained? That way we can decide to build a model around it that can be deployed and possibly implement it along the type of accountability that you envisage. So my questions. Thank you.
100%. Thank you so much for your questions. The first one, in the context of this study specifically, it is just from an ethical perspective, not from a financial or model perspective, but I think models would also bend towards the ethical aspect. So it's looking predominantly at the ethical aspect. Secondly, I completely concur with the point on it being more of a diagram, for example, or a visual aspect of how to implement this. I had just done this presentation while I was still writing up the paper, and it was a work in progress, but definitely you would find that in the full paper. And that is something that would be very relevant in terms of publication and guiding authors and readers rather on it. Thank you. I think there's one more question.
Well done. Very good presentation. I think the framework that you are proposing for all institutions should be considered as the AI policy that should be put in place. My worry about the paper is that it has not been critical about the negative aspect of AI. So organizations now, including educational institutions, they are developing their AI policies based on their peculiarities. So what you are proposing now may be taken as part of that effort. But you didn't call it policy. You just say accountability framework. Accountability can never be the responsibility of AI. It is the responsibility of the board. As an accountant, AI cannot take my position. AI cannot take the position of the board of directors. It can only enhance their productivity, their transparency, etc. So I would want the paper to talk somehow about the negative effects of AI, which will demand a policy to be adopted so that this policy will be taken care of, particularly plagiarism. It should be protected against.
Thank you so much for the question. So in the full paper, I touched on it very briefly, but now I hear your point, and I think that's actually a very good impact point. So I'm actually going to enhance that a bit more and give more clarity on it, and I think it definitely adds value. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Khalida. I think you've touched on something that we all, as academics, are challenged with at the moment. Is AI. Where does it fit in? Where do we support it? Where do we have a huge risk? So thank you so much. That's the aim to really Thank you. Thanks very much. Yes, yeah, of course. Just want to get this. Right. This is the correct one.
Yes, that is the correct one. Dr. Khalida said that she's short, but I'm really short.
So would you like to stand
but I can see everybody. That's
change
fine.
slides, you just use those two.
100%. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. I just want to grab a glass sip of water. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon. I do know that you have other options, so I really appreciate it. Sorry. I would like to share the business case on broad-based Black economic empowerment in South Africa, in a specific sector. And I would like to acknowledge my co-author, Professor Menario Manskemp as well. Thank you also for your inputs. Now, BEE is quite lengthy, so for purposes of this presentation, I'm just going to stick to BEE. Now, as Cora also mentioned in the first presentation, South Africa is the most unequal country in the world. And to address some of the historic imbalances in South Africa that was caused by apartheid, we have the BEE Act that was promulgated. This is not working well. That was promulgated in 2003. Compliance. Sorry, Brian. The sound is not good. You can hear me because it goes completely quiet.
It doesn't fail on this.
It doesn't fail on that side. Okay, that's good then. A company's compliance with the Act and its associated codes of good practice is measured against 5 elements. The first one dealing with the percentage of shares owned by Black individuals. Next, we look at who serves on the board of directors, senior management positions. Another very important one, skills development, enterprise and supplier development, and socio-economic development. So you can see there's an all-encompassing scorecard against which companies are then measured. But this is now important. Compliance is not compulsory. It is voluntary. But of course, if a company does not comply, there are certain negatives. For example, they won't be able to obtain a government contract or sometimes operating licenses. More and more so difficult to do business with other companies that deem BEE compliance as important. And then also from a legitimacy point of view, we also see that companies that fail to take BEE seriously in South Africa struggle to attract capital, and that has a negative impact on their cost of capital. So even though it is not compulsory, failure to comply or weak compliance has certain very negative consequences for companies and then also for their shareholders. And hence, We want to look at the business case. Financial industry in South Africa, very strong, mining, very strong, but an often overlooked industry is that of real estate. So our focus was on listed real estate to see whether shareholders will benefit from companies who do take compliance seriously. As of yet, we've only encountered one researcher who's looked at PE compliance and financial performance in South Africa, with the emphasis on returns. But we specifically want to look at risk-adjusted returns. So we're not just interested in, did the share price increase? Was there capital gain? Was there dividend yield? That is just raw return. We want to look at it risk-adjusted. So we compare the return with a risk-free rate, such as a treasury bill, and we also take some measure of risk into consideration. But more on that when I talk about the methodology. So we examined then the relationship between BEE compliance of JSE listed real estate companies over the period 2015 to 2024. Other than addressing limited research, there's also a very practical implication. South Africa is a developing country. We need foreign direct investment. There are lots of concerns among foreign investors. Many of them say that BEE compliance is a barrier to entry into South Africa. And some of you might recall discussions, quite heated discussions between Elon Musk and South Africa's Cyril Ramaphosa around this issue. So if we can show that there is a sound business case, that could be encouraging for foreign investors. How did we approach this study? Population, all companies in the real estate sector that were listed from the 1st of January 2015, and chose this date with a specific reason because the BEE Act was amended in 2013, became effective 1st of January 2015 until 31st of December 2024. So we had 85 companies. We also included delisted companies to avoid survivorship bias. After removing some duplicates, companies that had A and B shares, companies that had, for example, a primary listing in Poland and a property portfolio in Germany and Poland, no South African properties, we decided to remove companies like that as well. We ended up with 68 companies, most of which were real estate investment trusts. In terms of our variables, we had two variables for BEE compliance. The first one was a binary. Did a company every year apply for verification? And it depends on your size, whether it's a full audit or just a self-reported audit, self-reported report. So that was a 1 or a 0 because companies need to apply for verification annually. And the second one then was the total score, the sum of those 5 elements. Important to note, it's a weighted score, so some elements carry more weight than others. We sourced the data from the company's BEE certificates. We had access to a database, and in some cases we also looked at corporate websites and annual reports. On the financial performance side, 2 accounting measures, operating profit margin and return on equity, raw return, which is your holding period return, capital gain, did the share price increase, plus dividend yield, and then the Sharpe ratio, that is a well-established risk-adjusted measure, where we compute excess return, it's a holding period return minus a risk-free rate, in our case the 3-month T-bill in South Africa, over the standard deviation of, we used monthly returns, so we got the standard deviation from that. All the financial data from Bloomberg, risk-free rate from the South African Reserve Bank. We also identified 6 control variables from the excellent literature, company size, board independence, and 3 of them dealing with the chief executive officer. Because the literature says if the CEO is the founder, if the CEO is an experienced individual and happens to be a woman, they tend to be more pro-social. They take legitimacy seeking more seriously. And we also considered years listed. Once again, Bloomberg, integrated reports and other credible online sources. The usual suspects in terms of data analysis, descriptive statistics, ANOVAs, LSD tests, and then, of course, we had panel data, unbalanced panel data. So we did OLS and one-way fixed effects regressions. Jumped through the hoops, checked for outliers and all the specification errors. And we also did additional analyses because we know that COVID had quite a big impact on this sector. People worked from home and they never returned to the office. So real estate was really harshly affected. So what did we uncover? In terms of our BEE variable, the first one, the binary, yes, they were verified or they weren't. We noticed that there's quite a nice increase. More companies are applying for verification. But, and I've highlighted there in the red block at the bottom, more than half of the companies were still not verified. In other words, they didn't even apply for a certificate in 2024. That's quite disconcerting, I would say. The second variable, total BEE score. There we see quite a big drop in 2017. That is a score out of 115. And that was when the property sector charter came into effect. From there onwards, we see a nice increase. The last year was not that great. But notice, even in 2024, we still had some companies with a total score of 0. That's quite an intriguing question. Why would a company apply for a certificate but they have a total score of 0? So these are companies that start to show that they are interested and they take it seriously as a first step. Hopefully it will improve in subsequent years. Then in terms of the relationships, first variable, were they verified or not? No relationships between this variable and the 4 financial variables. We do notice that companies that have been listed for longer, more mature companies, have better operating profit margins. And we see a similar picture. Once again, longer listed, a higher BEE total score. But the crux of our investigation is there a risk-adjusted performance? Better risk-adjusted performance when companies have higher BEE compliance. And you can see there from the Sharpe ratio, panel D at the top, we have a positive, statistically significant relationship. Wonderful. We also see smaller companies tend to have higher BEE scores. Split it up pre and post-COVID, very similar picture. Nothing with the first variable BEE verified, but 2 positive relationships. First one was raw returns, holding period return, and the second one was a Sharpe ratio. Very similar to the overall period. To conclude then, we see that more of these JSE listed property companies are taking BEE compliance seriously. More getting verified, total scores are increasing, but it's still not enough. There's definitely scope for improvement. And I think this is where policymakers can really step in and ask, why do we still have companies that have a certificate but have a very low score? Within this particular sector, what can we do to enhance compliance even more? The definite implications for policymakers. From the investment point of view, the study shows, even though it has some limitations, that there seems to be a sound business case based on risk-adjusted returns. And that is what investors like to hear, especially foreign investors. How much time have I got? I see.
You got 5 minutes. So
Oh, okay, super, but we can.
2 would be fine, yeah.
Okay, certainly. I think the message for companies as well is to start stepping up in terms of their BEE compliance. And this is where it ties in with the conference theme, where they can use AI to track their performance, to enhance their reporting, where they need to engage with suppliers to sift through lots of applications. So this is definitely where AI can be a friend rather than a foe. From an academic point of view, I've now mentioned the practical implications. From an academic point of view, we've now looked at the business case, but the work of Alistair McIntyre, for example, states that why should a shareholder benefit from something that should be right? BEE compliance is so important in South Africa. We need to address the historical injustices. Should justice ever be contingent on private gain? Why do we even look at the business case? So I do think this is a valuable suggestion for future research, and one that we're definitely going to investigate. The utility aspect, the distributive justice rationales for BEE, particularly in this very important economic sector in South Africa. We can also integrate other firm-specific considerations. We have those different control variables, but I think we can also look at free cash flow. We can look at debt-asset ratios. The independent variables could also be lagged to address potential endogeneity, which you obviously have with a small sample. And we also suggest that alternative risk-adjusted performance measures could be used. We focused on the Sharpe ratio, but you also have the Sortino ratio, the Traynor ratio, that use other aspects of other risk measures. So these are the academic suggestions, recommendations, and I think for South African researchers, definitely there's a lot to be done. As I said, we only found one other study that focused on this very important economic sector. So just allow me a minute just to thank a few individuals also for their inputs into the study, and I welcome any questions from the floor. Thank you so much. There's a question at the top.
Oh, okay.
Thank you very much for your very wonderful presentation. If you don't mind, can you go back to the results, the empirical results?
Which ones?
Okay, yes.
Yeah. This was for the first variable, the binary one?
Yes.
And this was for the total score. Which one would you like?
Okay, no, this one. Yeah,
this one?
Yeah. Looking at panel C, yeah, I can see that that also applies to panel A, B, yeah, and C. If you look at the p-values, you can see that none of the variables is statistically significant. Can you speak to that, and why is that so? And if you have made any correction to what we have here. And secondly, I want to know why you decided to zero in on real estate companies as opposed to probably agriculture, or if you envisage having a cooperative study between maybe real estate company and another, or a real estate companies and maybe probably agriculture or any other sector of interest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. In terms of the p-values, there are different measures of return that could be used. So we focused on holding period return for this one. And yes, you are quite correct. There are no statistically significant relationships there. As from an investor, I served as a pension fund trustee. So we never just look at holding period return. Raw returns, you need to look at it in terms of risk adjustments. So we did that just as a standard because you usually start with the raw returns. So the one that's really important is panel D, where you bring in our case, the standard deviation as your measure of risk. So, yeah, we don't see any statistically significant relationships with raw return, but I'm not too concerned because the risk adjusted is more important for me. Maybe, Nadia, you can also add to it, but in terms of your question on agriculture, that is also a good suggestion. We wanted a sample that was very similar in nature. So about 80% of the companies, of the 68 companies in our sample, were real estate investment trusts. So they are a very contained group of companies, but I do think a comparative study would be wonderful. And agriculture, which also has a big footprint in terms of employment,